payments you can afford and lock in a price. That's the key that will never go up no matter how many claims you file. Get coverage like I did. Call CarShield today. 800-898-6155. Save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it'll never go up. That's key. 800-898-6155. 800-898-6155. Or visit carshield.com/Levin. Save 20% today. That's carshield.com/LEVI.
Can the Niners build off their NFC Championship appearance from last season? How will the quarterbacks perform throughout the year?
Purdy back, now going to throw for the end zone, wide open, Brandon Ayuk is on fire!
Will the defense lead this squad again?
Intercepted! Ball got tipped up and taken by Fred Warner!
Get all your 49er coverage throughout the NFL season on Sacktown Sports and sacktownsports.com.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide or experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides 24/7 compassionate support and connection to trained counselors. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. The Lifeline works. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, just call, text, or chat 988.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Hey, it's Juice and Mo. Make this Christmas unforgettable by shopping at our friends Sharif Jewelers.
Do you even remember what you thought last Christmas?
No.
Well, you got to make this one memorable.
Okay.
Make sure to go into Sharif Jewelers. You can get diamond studs, tennis bracelets. There's so many classic, timeless pieces that can be worn every single day. Available in both lab-grown and natural mined.
In so many different price points. So don't go anywhere else this holiday season. Support a local, family-owned business rooted in Sacramento for 30 years. Sharif Jewelers.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game and high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Does your dog leave frowny piles of poo around the yard? Did you know that a solid poo is one of the best indicators of your dog's gut health? Supreme Source Super Premium Dog Food is made with organic super seaweed and other powerful antioxidants, supporting a healthy digestive system. Real protein is always the first ingredient, plus a blend of essential vitamins and minerals to help support your dog's overall health and well-being. Do their digestion a solid, literally. Find Supreme Source Premium Dog Food at Safeway, Safe Mart, and Winco, or a local grocery store near you.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your flagship station for the Beam Team.
Should we light the beam? Light the beam, baby.
Sacktown Sports. The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then
boom, with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Day.
Good morning. That's a fine Wednesday. This is a get it together day, folks. Because remember, you only have what do we got? 4 days till Christmas. 2 business days till Christmas. And what does that mean? That means all of you that do the bulk of your Christmas shopping online, you better get it done today. It might already be too late. This is the time where you got to go to Amazon and you got to hit the filter for all the Prime overnight delivery stuff. Jay, tell me your email address in my ear, would you please? We'll do this. Uh-huh. Well, that's easy.
Super simple there,
Dang, that's I want that. I gotta do all kinds of weird stuff. The voice you heard there is my good buddy my good buddy.
Yeah, if Mars comes back, I know something.
My good buddy, the wrong name. You know why? Because when I put Jay in, it brought up both names,
yeah.
And I'm Ron Burgundy over here. Jay Johnson. Little history on Jay and myself. We go way, way back. One of the worst trades I ever made in my life. It's like the Vikings and Cowboys doing Herschel Walker. I tried to be a good guy. Jay came in. Jay was brought in by our former PD, Kevin Sherritts. We went to where'd we go? We go to Black Bear Diner.
Brookfields.
Thank you. You have better memory than me. And
all right, man. That happens. You have 2, I have 1.
That's
meaning children.
A great point right there. And it didn't take me long. It was one of those get to know you meetings. Didn't take me long at all to realize Jay was the right fit, and so he came on and worked in mornings, and it worked out very, very well. At the time, our afternoon host Grant was doing 4 hours, and he was doing it by himself. We had myself. I forget what iteration. Katie,
and Nate.
So we had myself, Katie, Nate. We had a board op too, didn't we? Or were you? You weren't board opping, were you?
It was Kevin, I believe, at the time.
Might have been. Yeah.
He wanted to get out of the morning.
That's right. So we had a 5-person morning show. God, imagine that now. And Grant had himself and a board op who wasn't really, I forget who it was.
It was Chris Verlatte.
Chris Verlatte. Okay. Mm-hmm. And Chris is, I mean, nothing, everyone knows I love Chris. Chris is not a show. You'll never hear Chris host a show. Chris is great, is wonderful at coming in and out and finding his spots. But he'd be the first guy to tell you he's not like a co-host. He's not a full on radio host type of dude. So it was really just Grant and he also was on for we were on for 3 hours at the time, and Grant was on for 4. So Grant and I, we were close and talked a lot, and I knew he was kind of struggling. So Kevin had brought something up to me one day, like, hey, would you mind if we moved Jay to afternoons? Grant needs help, especially with guests, and then we'll find you, something else. And well, what am I going to do? Say no? So of course, absolutely, it's what's best for the station. I totally get it. It'll suck to lose Jay, and there you go. He's still in afternoons. We never got him.
No, man. Yes, I feel bad now. Like my heart is palpitating. I'm starting to sweat over here at 6:04 this morning because you traded me, man.
I know.
It's cold blood. I'm trying to think of who's someone that was traded and feels like They've never gotten over it.
Well, that's what I started with. It was like the Vikings and Cowboys, the Herschel Walker trade.
Do you think the Vikings felt like they never got over it, or is it Herschel, or is
I think it was the
Vikings?
Because the Vikings, no Super Bowls. They sat and watched the Cowboys build a dynasty off of that trade. The people that went over for Herschel built that Cowboys dynasty when Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson took over. And I mean, it's like it would be as if the Kings had gotten basically nothing back for Tyrese Halliburton and had to watch the Pacers win all these championships.
Yeah.
They'd never get over it. And honestly, I don't even think it's good to call it a trade because I didn't get anything back.
You didn't get nothing?
I didn't get anything back. I got the promise of we'll find someone, but in the meantime, we really need to, it's just not fair. You have 5, he has 2. No co-hosts, no producer really. He was doing everything, and he's on for an extra hour. How am I? Who am I to say no?
Sometimes it's okay to be selfish, dear CD.
I know.
Sometimes you have to think about yourself. I know you're very selfless.
I know.
But
I know.
Sometimes you just got to be about yourself, sir.
Sometimes it does. Unfortunately, by the way, did you get that in your email?
Let me check there, sir.
We're doing some stuff behind the scenes because as we go, and we have about another 6 minutes in the segment, Jay is not normally your morning guy, and this show has quite a few, if you will. As I've said it before, and I think anyone who works here and has worked the show knows that this show, though it sounds incredibly disjointed and silly, is actually quite the there's some complications, but there's a lot of moving parts on this program. So Jay and I, because to be quite frank, Chris had warned me that Jay would be in today and Nate Littlefield would be in Friday. But I actually, certain things like leading off or whatever, I got to grab some audio for that. Want to make sure Jay gets the rundown so he knows what's going on, so I know what's going on. And we got a lot to talk about today. One thing we do have is we've got some guests today. We've got Sean Salisbury, who was not able to be with us yesterday. He was in a bad place. Makes it sound not mentally. He was in a bad place, reception wise, if you will. So he moved to today, which actually was tough yesterday, but great today. I mean, hey, why not? So he will join us. Katie Christensen, her normal time is at 8:00. She's going to join us at 8:27. And good morning, everybody, and welcome in. And how are you? And good to be with you. Good to be with you, if you will. And as always, appreciate Jay coming in. I had Jay mentioned children. I was at my daughter's in band and choir, and last night was choir recital.
How's that work? Sing and play an instrument at the same time?
No,
like Ray Charles, or like, how's that?
No, like she has the harmonica. No, she has different band practices and performances, and then she has different choir practices and performances. Usually the kids do one or the other. She does both. So she just had her band thing last week for Christmas. Now we're doing the choir thing. So this was just choir. This was just singing. And first off, I want to shout out, there was one little kid. So they have different choirs. They have like the middle school choir, then the underclass choir, and then the upper class choir. And in the 8th grade, or should say middle school choir, we noticed that there was one kiddo, a little boy, and 26 girls in this choir. And he just did not look like he was having a great time. And so I thought, I wonder if couple of options here. Number one, kid is way ahead of his game. Good strategy, brother. 8th grade, 26 girls, attaboy. I don't think that's the case. Second option, kid was the very last to pick the elective and thought he could, it was like musical chairs, thought he could come out ahead. He lost, and now he's stuck in choir all year. Third, his parents are show parents, and again, got stuck in choir. All I know is dude was not having a good time whatsoever, and I felt for my guy. But then there's also the other problem, which is when you go to this stuff. Now, every parent that's gone through this stuff knows when the kids start out. I mean, let's just be honest, man. When kids start out in any performance, band, choir, whatever it be, it's like nails on the chalkboard, man. They're just not good. They're little kids. They're trying their best. They're just not good yet. They're just not good. So you do your best, and you're proud. You're so proud of how hard they worked. But in the end, it's tough. Then your kids get older, and that's kind of where my daughter is right now. She's a junior. They're much better. They're actually very, very enjoyable. But you got to sit through. They do it right. You got the opening acts, basically, and then you got to sit through all that. And I brought up the idea to my wife, like, well, why don't we just show up late? And she said, you can't do that because then, it's bad. It's not fair to the kids. And nobody did that with our kids. Now, I don't know how she remembers it. I think probably they did do that for our kids. They did show up late. But it's one of those things, Jay, as a parent, you sometimes have to suffer through recitals. You have to suffer through different readings, different things that you're doing because you love them, and that's just how it goes.
Yeah, I was kind of feeling where you were going, Dave. I'm not going to lie. Show up a little tardy.
Yes.
Maybe with a few peanuts in your bag, in your hand, your pocket, as you're wearing like me, wearing a sweatsuit, put it right inside that first pocket to your left or your right. I'm with you. Yeah. But I do understand where the wife is, and that's why they're wives. That's why she's your better half, because my wife would have probably said the same thing, and I would have still probably fought like, you know what? Look, when you get to this point, and our daughter is a junior, that's so the point. It's varsity, baby. Yeah. We don't have to cover the freshmen.
No, exactly. We've earned it. We have paid our dues.
Yes, I'm with you, brother.
We have earned it, and we should be able to, Now, the one saving grace, and this is where, look, I don't like to brag or put the attention on myself, but I will say last night I was quite the good person because they had a snack bar, and all the monies go to the organization, and I felt, it's time to do something good for the school. So I went in and I came away with a brownie in a Ziploc bag with M&Ms on it. Look at the picture right now. A lemon cookie, 2 Christmas cookies, a Fiji water, and a bag of Cheetos, all for $7.
That's it?
It's a great price. I feel like because we're also trapped there, they could ask more.
What do you mean you're trapped?
Well, there aren't any other snack bars or stores around, gotcha. And you're there for 3 hours, so it's either that or nothing. It's kind of like when you're in an airport and they charge $29.95 for a Big Mac.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the same thing. They could probably go $3 to $4 per cookie. Probably get away with $3 for some Cheetos, $5 for a Fiji. They could charge concession prices at a stadium. But they, and a lot of this is, well, it's all volunteer. You got moms and dads cooking cookies and baking and donating it and all that. So I felt like, it's time to do something nice. I'm going to buy a bunch of junk food and then sit there and know that my wife is boring into the side of my face with her eyes, because every time they'd stop singing, I would not realize they'd stop singing and it was quiet and you'd hear this like crinkle,
the rapper,
or a crunch of some Cheeto.
I figured that was coming.
And she look over like, dude, are you serious? But we made it.
Did you at least give them the 10 and let them keep the change?
Yes,
attaboy.
Absolutely. It all goes to it.
You touched me as a guy who never carries cash, Dave.
You're 100% correct. I had to ask my wife.
You're like me. I get it.
I'm like, do you take a card?
Right, Apple Pay or something.
Yeah. You should always have cash somewhere. I don't. I've got, You got cards. It's easier. I don't have to worry about it falling out. And every once in a while I get caught, man, when I do need some cash. Plus, if I don't have any cash, that means when somebody asks me for some cash, I can legitimately pull my pockets. I say, I don't have any cash. One of these days, the guy in front of the AMPM that I go to is gonna get a Venmo account, and he's gonna outsmart me.
Let me give you my phone number.
Dude would make so much money because he got extra cash. Honest to God, I don't have any cash. Like sometimes I'll buy him a donut or something in there. But one of these days he's gonna say, "Yo, bro, I got Venmo." Here we go.
Airdrop that to me.
Right? We'll take a break. When we come back, let's lead it off. And we got the Kings and the Celtics tonight. And a very tired, hopefully, Celtics team. A big return for John Morant. And Aaron Rodgers. Sounds like he has made a decision on his return. That's something we've been talking about lately. You can check us out on YouTube. Just go to Sacktown Sports 1140's channel and subscribe if you haven't already. We appreciate all of you joining us, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's over the air. It's Carmichael Dave. It's Jay Johnson. It's all of you. We've got giveaways today. Viera Farms Christmas trees, Jiffy Lube gift certificates, lift tickets to Sierra Tahoe. We will bribe you to listen all morning long. So lock in. Leading off is next on Sacktown Sports.
Can Mike Brown build on last season's Coach of the Year award? Can the Kings exceed 48 wins?
We will be better prepared to make the run that we expect to run come next playoff.
Tune into every Kings game this season on Sacktown Sports and sacktownsports.com.
This holiday season, visit Boot Barn for top quality gifts that pay tribute to the lasting heritage of the West. From handcrafted cowboy boots and American-made felt hats to hand-stitched leather jackets, our in-store experts will help guide you as you shop, assisting with boot fitting and providing complimentary hat shaping. This holiday, share a piece of the American spirit. Boot Barn. Unwrap the West.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. The winter months bring joy, but also with more rain and snow, unfortunately, more accidents. Over the last quarter century, thousands of Northern California residents have looked to Ashton & Price to be their root op with a law license to guide them through the storm of an injury claim. As always, we wish you and your family the safest and happiest of holidays. But if you need us, at Ashton & Price, we're here for you. So whether you've been naughty or nice, happiest holidays from Ashton & Price.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
Inside, no. Paul gathers it in. Pocket 3. Curry 3. Oh, there's the lead. And a shot.
Steph Curry is very good. Jaylen Brown at one point during this game on TNT did the Too Short, not the Oakland rapper Too Short, the Too Short little thing with his hand.
Too small. You're too small.
Too small. Thank you.
There you go.
Too short. What's wrong with me? And yeah, that didn't work out. You don't want to do that early. The Warriors were able to come back and get a big win over the Celtics. Now, the good news for the Sacramento Kings is that was a overtime game on TNT. Big, national TV. Players get geeked up for that. You're playing Steph and Clay, and you're going into the big arena and playing against the modern day dynasty, and you're going to get jacked up for that. They went to overtime, and then here's how it goes. You got a 7:00 start. You're done around 9:30, 10 o'clock. You got media, you got your shower, you got this, that, whatever. You're not leaving there until probably around midnight, maybe a little after. And I don't know if Boston took a bus up here or took a plane up here. Either way, it's about an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. They're not getting into their hotel room until about 2-ish a.m. Now, you can still get a good 8 hours of sleep, wake up at 10, 11 a.m., have a shoot around. But, you've got breakfast, team meeting, the walkthrough, shoot around. I'm sure it's just going to be a very light shoot around. And your body has had really no time to recover. So there is a real physical and emotional advantage for the Sacramento Kings tonight. That's the good news. The bad news is that the Boston Celtics are going to be very pissed off, and they're going to be looking for revenge, and they have some experience playing here in Sacramento and having success, including last year when they not only swept the Kings, but came here last year and won 132-109 back on, I think it was late March when they played. So it will be very interesting. Either way, we'll have the coverage for you tonight. Tip off at 7 right here on Sacktown Sports, your home of the Kings. In the meantime, cut number 2, please.
Cut number 2.
You were a little winded down the stretch. That's to be expected. How did you cope with that?
I'm a dog. I put work in, day out.
That's John Morant returning. That was his post-game interview. And what were they talking about? They were talking about this.
Steve for a chance to win it in his return. Here goes Morant. He spins. Morant scores. And the timer expires.
Whoa, yeah, John Morant's. What a night for him. The game winner. And my favorite stat that some intern came up with, the most points in a return game after missing 25 or more straight games in NBA history. Who found that? Either way, the Memphis Grizzlies have been one of the worst teams in the NBA. The Memphis Grizzlies coming into this game were 6-19. And they went into New Orleans, the 16-11 at the time, New Orleans Pelicans. The team that the Sacramento Kings absolutely get dominated by. And they were able to come back from 24 down, the second biggest comeback in the NBA this year. And that's on the road. And get themselves a road win. I'm old enough to remember when the Grizzlies' record without John Morant was insanely good. And there were some conversations. I mean, we brought it up. There's no way the Grizzlies are better without John Morant, but their record is better without John Morant. What the hell's going on here? We'll talk more about this later, but top line, kid paid his dues, did what he had to do, served his time, blah, 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 blah. The NBA is better with John Morant in it. And hopefully that's the last bit of trouble he'll ever have to deal with. And just win some scoring titles and have a great career. Cut number 3.
Cut number 3.
I'd be definitely pushing to play. But the fact is, I'm not. I've been working hard to get closer to that. But I'm still, 14 weeks tomorrow from my surgery. And, being medically cleared as 100% healed is just not realistic at 14 weeks.
That's Aaron Rodgers. On the Pat McAfee show, we talked about it a little bit. Everybody's been talking about it. Could Aaron Rodgers possibly come back this year? Would Aaron Rodgers come back even if the Jets weren't able to get into the playoffs? Robert Saleh, we just played a clip from him yesterday, the Jets head coach, going through the progressions, if you will, as to whether or not Aaron would play.
I know Aaron has been fighting his tail off to get back. He wants to play. He's willing to play even if he's not even 100%. And he is fighting like mad to get onto the football field. And like I said, when we get that doctor's note, we'll have that discussion. But I will speak for him and that his desire to play is high.
Well, that was yesterday. We played that clip. Today, we can say Aaron Rodgers, and I think this is a right move for a number of reasons. Number one, the Jets are out of the playoffs. Why risk it? Number two, dude, we know your comeback is miraculous. We know, look, it's awesome, but save yourself. You ain't 26 years old, and the NFL is better with a high-functioning Aaron Rodgers in it. It'll be interesting to see what he has left and what he teams up with Breece Hall, with their stud wide receiver, with that defense, which is stout. Be very interesting, just like last year when we were talking about this. Be interesting to see what the Jets will be like with Aaron Rodgers. We got all of less than one series this year to figure that out. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, Kings, Celtics tonight. Don't forget Katie Christensen and Sean Salisbury coming up on the program today. We'll take you all the way till 10 a.m. with Styles and Watkins. We're right back on Sacktown Sports.
It's the best team in the AFC versus the best team in the NFC on Christmas in San Francisco.
Murray back. Murray time throws intercepted. Charvarius Ward running back the other way. He's gone.
The 11-3 Baltimore Ravens bring their talent out west to face the 11-3 San Francisco 49ers. Game time at 5:15 Christmas night on your home for 49ers football. Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda. Your one-stop Honda shop.
It's Credit Christmas at Prestigio Jewelers. Get the gifts you want this year. Prestigio guarantees your credit up to $10,000. It's easy. Have a valid ID, proof of income, and be 18 or older. Prestigio has competitive pricing on all jewelry such as gold chains, wedding sets, diamond earrings, and designer brands like Cartier, Gucci, Bulova, and Citizen. Rebuild your credit, even with a repo or a bankruptcy at Prestigio Jewelers. This Christmas, come for the credit and be amazed by the selection at Prestigio Jewelers. Online at prestigiojewelers.com.
With RT Painting, our name says it all. We are a reliable and trusted commercial and residential painting company serving the Sacramento area since 1998. Employee-owned, our attention to detail is second to none. Put our decades of experience serving our community to use for you. Get a free quote today. Call us at 916-900-8112. That's 916-900-8112. Or go online to rtpainting.com. That's rtpainting.com. RT Painting, your trusted and reliable painting contractor of choice.
I always approach the holidays with a sense of excitement and a time to be with family. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa for Naturewood Home Furnishings. For me, the best times were when there were 3 generations all celebrating together. Today, we're the grandparents, and the holiday spotlight shines on my grandson. And I hope he'll remember holidays the way his papa does. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings will help you create your own kind of holiday memories during their holiday home sale. Unique gifts found only at Naturewood, like hall trees, curios, chairside tables, and more, are available at savings of 20% off. During Naturewood's holiday home sale, you'll find savings all around the store for every room in your home. Find your perfect bit of Christmas for your home at Naturewood Home Furnishings Holiday Home Sale going on right now. The memories you make with your family will live with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Discover your dream home at Subcontractors United, your source for all home improvement needs. A talented team of home services experts is ready to make your projects a breeze. No more endless internet searches. Find your contractors in one place. Enjoy stress-free service absolutely free, with no hidden costs and no account to set up. Transform your living space into something extraordinary. Visit Subcontractors United today and experience the joy of hassle-free home improvement. Dream big at subcontractorsunited.com.
It's the season of performance event at Acura of Stockton. Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Lease a new Acura RDX or MDX. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton or AcuraofStockton.com, where precision crafted performance is at your fingertips.
Amazon will be delivering packages to your house. Let Amazon deliver customers to your business. If that sounds good and you want more in 2024, simply text DIGITAL to 916-766-5105.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
On Sacktown Sports.
Hey, Jay. Oh, Jay's on the phone. Never mind. Get to Jay in a second. Jason Ross off this week, sort of. We said it's kind of a staycation for Jason. I talked to him yesterday on the phone. He was picking up the kiddo and driving around, running errands. He still has his Sacramento Kings duties. So it's kind of a vacation, but not really. He will, let me just give you guys a schedule, as I did yesterday. I'll do it once a day, so nobody's confused. We will be off Monday, Tuesday for the holiday. I will be in Palm Springs Wednesday, Thursday, Friday doing the show with Chris and Jay. Jason Ross. And then we'll be off again Monday for New Year's.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. Slow your roll real quick. Palm Springs, are we all going down there? When I say we, you.
I sent out the group email. Nobody responded a month ago. Nobody responded. Now you'd have to deal with my whole family being down there.
How dare them?
But I've got a nice setup. I've done the show from down there before. I get in the backyard. You can see I got the laptop and the camera and all that. Starts out a little dark, and then you can see the sun rising over the little mountain behind. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very nice look.
Yeah.
And then Monday off for New Year's. We'll do the show Tuesday, Wednesday from down there. Be back in studio Thursday, and then I'm off to Europe Thursday night. I will be gone Friday and the following week. It'll be Jason. It'll be Christopher Laud. And then after that, we will be – I'm not looking forward to coming back and doing the show because when I get back, it'll be what will it be? January, I think 13th, 14th, something like that. Christmas, New Year's, the holidays will be over. And, Jay, that's when there's a poem by Edgar Allan Poe called I think it's called The Telltale Heart. This heartbeat just slowly gets louder and louder and louder and drives this guy insane. It's this pending thing, this doom that's come. That's how I feel about after the holidays, because once the holidays end, college football is over. The NFL is getting ready to go into the playoffs. Soon pitchers and catchers will report. Soon all we will have is basketball. And then soon all we will have is baseball. And summertime and heat. And I hate it.
What?
I cannot stand this. I can't stand the summer.
Man, you're from California. How can you not stand the summer?
I'm from Sacramento, where, I can't do the 100-degree weather drives me crazy. And I'm born and raised here.
I get it. I mean, me and you both. I understand. I'm a summer guy. I'm not a snow person.
You've got. The Bay is a great place.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, absolutely.
Sac's 105 every other day.
But I prefer the heat, man. I like to get in the pool. This is one of the things people have always asked me when I went down to college down south. Mm-hmm. Most people from the West Coast or from dry places don't like humidity, and vice versa. Most people who grew up in humidity don't like dry heat.
And I hate humidity.
Okay, you just don't like heat. Let's put it that way.
That's very true.
So one of my things I always get asked is, which one do you prefer? I prefer humidity in the fact that you can step away from humidity when you go inside.
Sure.
Like dry heat, if it's 120, it's 120.
It's not 120 inside.
Yeah, but still, if you don't turn on the AC, you kind of got a problem. Most people are like, swampy and all that. I'm good with that because I can escape that, turn the AC on. I'm good. And I'm not saying you can't escape 120,
sure,
but 120 is a little different than 80 with a humidity factor of, 90.
My wife's favorite place to go is Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. We go there every couple of years.
Oh, boy.
And it's usually.
And I need to be a part of the CD family, because a lot of trips, man. I thought I go places. You go a lot of places, brother.
I don't mind sharing it. It's not a trust me, it's not a financial thing. What I do and one of my big kind of, I don't know if you call it a hobby on the side or whatever, but, and there's other people that do this, but so I have a preferred credit card I use that I put everything on.
Points man.
I'm a points man. Yeah. I obsess on it. I look for deals. I make sure that I can transfer those points. I mean, I put my mortgage on my. You're not even supposed to put your mortgage on a credit card. I pay my mortgage. I pay a 1% fee to a company to allow me to pay my mortgage every month automatically on this card. Everything goes on the card, and then at the end of the month, you just got to be disciplined because you get that bill at the end of the month. Right. But if I'm going to spend $1 on something, I might as well spend $1 and get a point out of it. So groceries, everything's on the card. I save those points up. I look for points deals and all that. And then I look for flight deals. I'm not a hotel guy. We stay in Airbnbs.
Okay.
And sometimes we stay in Airbnbs in very remote places, and you got to do a lot of there's some legwork that goes in, but I think you'd be surprised if we sat down how cheap I can get a lot of these trips for.
Man, I'm actually the same way. I am the booker, I should say, of our family. Yep. Same thing. My wife is more like, oh, I like it, buy it. No, I'm the complete opposite. I'm like, listen, let's go ahead, do our homework, do the research, then we'll knock it out.
Yes.
So I'm with you. I'm a points guy. I'm sign up for, rapid rewards and all that type of stuff. I'm in the same situation. So I get what you're saying. I'm definitely in the same boat with you, brother. We're paddling up the way in the river.
Well, and the thing with the reason I brought Puerto Vallarta up is that it's always humid down there. And I love it. I love the culture. I love the food. I love the environment and all that. But, there's just, the more humidity there is, the more bugs there are, the more things that bite me. But she loves it too. She loves rolling around in a tank top and shorts and it for me, like when we go down to Palm Springs next week, it's mid-low 60s.
Loved it.
Dry, maybe a little rain here and there.
Yes.
I've already blown through most of this.
No worries, man. Keep going. You got 3 or 4 minutes. We can write this one off.
I wanted to ask you something today.
I love Palm Springs, by the way. Went down there just almost this time last year, late January, took my wife for her birthday. So same thing.
It's nice in the winter.
Yes, in the summer it's 127.
You will not catch me down there between May and October. No chance. No how. Done it.
Same thing.
Play a lot of golf down there, and there's nothing like rolling around in 115.
Oof.
Yeah, I just can't do it. I'll die. I'll just pass out. I'll be the guy that just dies.
Well, don't say that, but I understand. You're exaggerating.
Did you see the? One thing that with Jay that I love is Jay and I talk about everything off air. There's no topic, whether we're in person on the phone. There's just nothing we won't talk about because I know and I trust Jay, and I like to feel he's
same
here. And we've had a lot of philosophical conversations, a lot of different things.
Yes.
Did you see? I assume you saw this Richard Mendenhall tweet yesterday.
I did.
What and I want to be completely transparent because media can be just so silly. I talked to Alan and Chris yesterday about it, and both of them are people of color. And I don't like the trope that we get in media sometimes. I call it the break glass when needed trope, where hey, we have a black guy on staff, let's break the glass, bring him out for the black and white conversation. Right. And thanks for your opinion. But that's not how it is with you and I. You and I talk about everything.
Very true.
But I am curious, when you read that. When I read it, I'll tell you, the first thing I thought was like, what the hell? And then I instantly, because I'm a sports guy, in my mind, I started putting rosters
together.
It took me about 20 seconds to realize we got the advantage in kicking.
Yes.
We're screwed in the secondary.
Yes, no corners.
You guys are just going to go for 2 every time and get a punter, bring back Marquette King. We got no answer at corner, no real answer at safety. I would say your team probably favored by 14.5.
Yeah, pretty much that. The one thing I looked at it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong or how you feel, or anyone else want to jump on 916-339-1140.
Baby.
If you look at all-time rosters versus current rosters, if you look at all-time rosters, you guys have an opportunity. You got the Eric Weddles and the John Lynches,
Jason Sehorn.
Sehorn. Yes. If we're talking about right now, you're in trouble when it comes to the. I mean, I can't think of one. Cornerback.
We'd have to go to like Iowa
and grab exactly. You would have to go to college. You'd be down North Dakota State and even those guys are black.
It's funny because I also looked at that and I went, the only reason why you can even have a conversation about this is thank God we're in a time where Christian McCaffrey's playing.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Shots out.
Because
right.
otherwise, that's over. Where are we going? Peyton Hillis? He's not even playing.
Not on the roster. There's got to be one out there we just don't remember. Maybe if you move Taysom Hill back that way. I mean, there's a shot. But that's why I said if you go all time,
yes,
we start to jump back into fullbacks. We jump into the Mike Allstott situation.
Yes.
Like there's a couple of guys, who the Raffmans and of course.
We got the tight ends.
Yeah. I mean, you guys run the tight ends for sure. And kickers. That was my thing. I was trying to find a black kicker.
I mean, that's the thing is that the other thing is Rashard Mendenhall didn't really throw the rules out. So it's like,
very true.
Okay. So are we?
Who gets Pat Mahomes?
That's what I feel like. I feel like here's all I know. I don't think we get Pat Mahomes.
Okay.
I think the question is whether or not you guys get Pat Mahomes or nobody gets him. I don't feel like we get Patrick Mahomes.
Okay. The delegation.
The delegates, yeah. And that's what I said.
Right.
Are these Chappelle Show rules?
Mm-hmm.
Are these Chappelle Show draft rules? But then what do you do? Like, can we work something out where maybe you get Younghoe Koo from Atlanta, and then maybe we get some help from the Samoans or something? In the second, we can come to some sort of agreement.
Okay.
I thought the tweet was. I really thought a lot about it, but not for any reason we're talking about right now, because you and I can have fun and laugh, and we know where we're coming from, and we know there's nothing but love. It was a divisive tweet, and I don't know the problem with something like that. Well, let me back up. In my opinion, I thought it was a divisive tweet that took off because sports fans are genuinely interested in competitions. We had the stupid thing a few months ago with the ding dong from Outkick that was talking about the
Vegas,
the Vegas Aces versus a high school.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, first off, I know where he's coming from, so it's gross. But I'm not gonna lie, I honestly gave it some thought and was like, well, what would it's always with me, it's what would the Vegas line be on this, and let's break it down.
Okay.
And I can do that, and you can do that because we have respect, and you can actually ask the question. Whereas I saw a lot of irresponsibility yesterday, and I felt like there were some people that I think like you and I and others that were just having a fun conversation about it. But then others, I didn't like where it was coming
vitriol,
from.
the vulgarness. I will say this, Dave, I didn't pay attention that much until Twitter, aka X or whatever you want to call it, the letter. Symbol. I didn't pay attention to a lot of it the last couple of days when it came out, and so I can't dive deep into the situation of how people were reacting on a negative tone. For what I did see on the surface, I saw a lot of kind of what we're talking about. Well, you know what? Let me put together a quick makeshift roster real fast in my mind, and oh man, goodness, who's playing linebacker? All these different things, and so I would say when I first initially looked at it, and please, if I'm wrong in the fact of, because again, I did not actually look that deep into the people who were looking at it in I guess from a standpoint of as you said, competition, but not a friendly competition. And so I was I was happy to see that people were having fun with it.
Yes,
that's kind of the road I would go with it. There's tons of things in our world that we can be very competitive, depending on what line you fall on politically or racial, there's so many different things we can have problems with. I just kind of looked at it from the standpoint of, as much as he probably thought, he was trying to put his foot in the dirt, I looked at it as a fun exercise in a certain way. So
yeah,
forgive me if I didn't look at the seriousness of what happened, or what he put out there.
One of my really good friends who happens to be of color, who I'll tell you off the air. A lot of people know, but I won't blow this person up. I thought they said they texted me something I thought was and that's where sometimes it's like I always say, when somebody famous passes away, the good side is that you get to celebrate their life and remind yourself why they were so great. The one thing positive about conversations like this is it's also very educational. It reminds you of certain things. He wrote me this, and I thought this was great. I never have really believed in theories of racial superiority, whether it be in athletics, intellect, cognitive skills, etc. There's so many clusters and variances. Besides, science proves the first human came from Africa. Carbon dating testing. So we are all African to a point, whether it's 100% or 0.00001%. It's all love. You know what?
Okay. I can dig it.
Roll with that too.
I'm still going to say you guys don't have no safeties and you guys don't have no corners. That's all I'm saying.
We're screwed on the corners. You guys are going for 2 every single time. You're going to go find some soccer players somewhere to punt. That's an easier one to solve. And by the way, we're basically playing Tampa 2 cover zone.
Oh, yeah, zone over 3.
There's going to be a 20-yard squish in the middle because everyone's
every time.
Every time because Tyreek Hill is going to cheat his ass by everybody like that. Oh, for 6. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll smush everything in. Kings Celtics. The Celtics played last night as well. We'll go around the NBA too. In the meantime, I want to talk to you about my good friends at Supreme Source. Super premium dog food. Oh, that's right. Jay, if you got a bed back there, give it to me. Oh, there you go. Look at that. Look at that. He's on it. My dog, I'm always very honest in my endorsements. My dog, Gus, has been eating Supreme Source Super Premium dog food now for a few months, and he loves it. He loves the taste. Not that I'm going to be honest, he's not the pickiest dog. You put it in front of him, he's going to eat it. He is incredibly food-oriented, but you can just tell there's an extra love here. He just houses the bowl of food every time we put it in front of him. Now, I came home yesterday, and this is a record for him. 4 dog poops in the house. He had, I think, 3 yesterday. And I explained this on the show yesterday. The problem is that he is a prissy little French dog. He doesn't want to go outside when it's raining or wet. So he just does his business inside. However, he's nice enough to do it either in one of the bathrooms or on the tile. Now, here's the great thing about Supreme Source Super Premium dog food. It's got the organic seaweed for easy digestion, high protein, powerful antioxidants, and superfoods. What does that mean? That means nothing mushy has happened, and they were all easy cleanup, and I owe it. I owe a big debt of gratitude to this food because that could have been an absolute mess. Find it for yourself at Safeway, Save More, Smart and Final, Winco, and more. Supreme Source Super Premium dog food. Do more for your puppy's tummy than rub it. We'll talk basketball when we get back right here on Sacktown Sports.
The push for the NFC's top seed continues on Christmas as the 49ers host the Baltimore Ravens.
Purdy throws for the end zone. It is caught by Deebo Samuel. Touchdown! San Francisco!
The 49ers look to extend their win streak to 7 in a row as they host Lamar Jackson and the Ravens on Christmas night. Game time at 5:15 on your home for 49ers football. Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call. Then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changes, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com.
Hey, it's Juice and Mo. Make this Christmas unforgettable by shopping at our friends Sharif Jewelers.
Do you even remember what you thought last Christmas?
No.
Well, you got to make this one memorable.
Okay.
Make sure to go into Sharif Jewelers. You can get diamond studs, tennis bracelets. There's so many classic, timeless pieces that can be worn every single day, available in both lab-grown and natural mined.
In so many different price points. So don't go anywhere else this holiday season. Support a local, family-owned business rooted in Sacramento for 30 years. Sharif Jewelers.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
I'm filled with gratitude for the Golf to Go show guests who have trusted us with their time, their thoughts, and their dreams. People like NBC's Peter Jacobson, Angie Dixon from First Tee Greater Sacramento, former 49er great Steve Young, Sir Nick Faldo, the heralded team at Hagen Oaks like Ken Morton Jr., Tom Morton, PGA Golf to Go's resident on-air playing coach, Mike Woods, PGA Director of Golf, and all the PGA professionals and guests who have entertained us over this year's 52 shows. Thanks also to you, our loyal listeners who are there every week with compliments and suggestions when we might hit it out of bounds. Thanks also to the game that brings us all together, to the millions of men, women, boys, and girls who play the game. Thanks to the able-bodied, and thanks also to the programs that nurture those in need of a lift, like the California Eagles, PGA Hope, and many more. Thank you to Scott Marsh. We are fortunate to have lived life and had a chance to play the game. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Don't miss new deals every day during Lowe's 25 Days of Deals. Get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, bring home a Werner 4-foot fiberglass stepladder, now just $29.98. And get same-day delivery for eligible in-stock items when you order by 2 p.m. Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid through 12/20 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Thunder, feel the thunder. It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
10-second difference, game clock, shot clock, Curry. Spinning, corkscrew move, inside, no! Paul gathers it in, pocket three, Curry, three! Oh, there's the lead, shot!
Steph Curry making magic. Warriors win in overtime. They take down the Celtics. Jason Tatum at one point had to leave the floor with what appeared to be, I think it was an ankle. But he ended up returning. He's fine. Might be a little sore. 41 minutes, tied for the team high. 15 points on 5 of 17 shooting. Not a great night for him. Derek White, 30 points, but also fell on his elbow very late in the game and was shaking that out. Jaylen Brown, 28 points on 10 of 22. The Celtics, you got 3 of their 5 starters played 41 minutes. Al Horford played 38, Jrue Holiday 36. They will be tired, to say the least. But I don't want to, and Kings fans know this, you don't want to read too much into that because we've seen this movie before. Really good team, missing a great player, something's going on, and they come in and just boat race the Kings. 1-800-920-1140. My guy Steven's been holding on for a while. Good morning, Steven.
Good morning, CD. How you doing, man?
I'm good, brother. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. Good. So I had a question for you, man, about you and Sean Salisbury. I'm not trying to derail the show or anything like that.
That's okay. Sean joining us later today, 8:13. So that's a perfect excuse for me to plug it. Go ahead.
Perfect. Well, I heard you guys got into a fight, and I wanted to ask you about the story. I wanted to ask you about the argument between you and Sean and what happened.
You heard that you heard that Sean and I got into an argument on the air. This would have been a while back.
Yes. I can't remember how long ago, man. This was probably years ago. You guys got into a heated discussion.
Heated discussion. Yes.
I would like to imagine. So is there any way that I could ask you to tell that story?
To tell a story? Yeah, sure. No problem. It's story time today. That's fine. It's holiday week. Yes, you can. In fact, I think that clip is still somewhere in the YouTube world where Sean and I got into a pretty massive argument on the air. And as a matter of fact, it was of all things, it was on Katie Christensen's last day on the program. And here we go. Let me see. Let me try to find a clip of it here.
Well done,
Were
Kyle.
you really?
Let me see. Let me go back here. Here we go.
Exposure. We didn't have you on.
Come on, you guys, please.
Ridiculous. Well, Katie,
Okay, so we're picking it up in the middle. Katie is incredible. Like, Katie's trying to be peacemaker here. She's obviously incredibly uncomfortable because, she's my best friend. And also she and Sean Salisbury very much get along. And this came out of nowhere. She didn't expect it. And she's trying to play peacemaker. You can hear how uncomfortable she is because it's really getting nasty between me and Sean.
Sensitive right now. That was a comment. Dude, you know what I've been through, man? And I sit here and go to the ends of the earth for you on Katie's last day, and I got to put up with this crap.
Wow,
yeah. Bye to her.
We've never done anything nice for you, Sean. No, we don't give you exposure. We didn't have you on.
Come on, you guys, please.
Ridiculous. Well, Katie, you know what, Dave, you're a joke.
You know what? You can't take a joke, Sean.
What are you going to do? The radio show by yourself for the next 6 months?
I know I won't do it with you because I couldn't count on you to show up every day when we podcasted together.
Oh, come on, please, you guys. This is
hey, Sean. Honestly, Sean, I'll tell you what. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's one thing. Since we're going to let's do this on our last day. There's one thing that I'm sure we could both agree on, and maybe I'm wrong here because I can't get into your weird ass head. Is that
my weird ass head?
There's one thing we can both agree on. You correct me if I'm wrong.
Better hurry before I hang up on you, dude. I've had enough.
And that's that she's just absolutely one of the most gullible people I've ever met in my life. And it's
I hate oh my God, Dave. This is
I played a gay man in a movie.
Let me tell you.
Oh, Sean, the level of just how uncomfortable I was. I was about to get up and walk out of the room because I'm like, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it today.
So the story is that it was Katie's last day. And there's nothing in this world I love more than playing pranks on Katie and giving her a hard time. By the way, Katie will join us day 27 today, right after Sean. So it's actually a perfect time for this story to get asked. So Sean and I got together and we made it a point. How can we prank Katie? And I can't remember if it was he or me or both of us had the idea of, you know what? Let's get into a big giant fight on the radio. We're not going to let anyone know. Now, the funny thing is, what people don't remember is Scott Pollard was actually co-hosting with us that day, I think from Indiana. So you'll actually hear, if you go and you see that clip at some point, you hear him, that big Scott Pollard laugh. She honestly was near tears. And that's kind of why I wrapped it up there. Because I could see it was going from her being uncomfortable to her just absolutely having no idea what to do. And then, as you heard, Sean and I both laughed it off because Sean and I went through hell together. We really did. He was at a very, very bad time in his life. He had just left ESPN under controversial conditions. He was dealing with a lot of stuff publicly. I apologize if I'm wrong. I want to say he had gone through a divorce not that long before. He was also suffering from a number of physical ailments. And it's really where I got an appreciation for NFL players post career. And Sean would tell me about times he'd be sitting in his studio apartment with all the lights out because his head hurt, with a glass of scotch or something in his hand after and some painkillers because his shoulder or neck or back was hurting so badly. There were times where he was sleeping in his truck. And these are all stories Sean's told on the air. I'm not telling any tales out of school. And Sean would find a way to do this podcast with me every single day. This is after I'd gotten fired by KHTK and the powers that be while the Kings were going through relocation. And so he's hooking up with this guy doing a podcast, me, that he just knew from doing stuff on the air. Sean and I had never met in person. And we would do the podcast, but then oftentimes after we got off the air or sometimes before, we would talk for a long time on the phone, just about various things. And then now, Sean's been hosting this morning show in Houston, a top 10 massive market. I always call him America's favorite sports talk guest because he is. He does multiple appearances everywhere, and he does all of this with the vim and vigor of somebody who has reached rock bottom and truly, truly appreciates everything around him. I'll have to share that question. Thank you for the question today, Stephen. And hey, it's story time. Anybody else has any story or line requests, feel free, 1-800-920-1140. But no, I would never say a bad word to or about Sean Salisbury. He is like an older brother to me, and I absolutely adore that man. We'll take a break. When we come back, let's go around the NFL a little bit. We still have some cleanup to do from the NBA as well. And don't forget, Sean will join us at 8:13. Katie will join us at 8:27. It's kind of a perfect day today. It is Sacktown Sports. We are right back.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
And a handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10, 5, touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sacktown Sports.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-775-5622. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-775-5622. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-775-5622. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for by Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Arnold Law Firm.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Wednesday forecast starts out with mostly cloudy skies. We will see the chances for showers on and off again through the afternoon. Maybe an isolated thunderstorm as well. Highs in the mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down in a heartbeat. So remember to be a little more alert on the road and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game and high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. Offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. Because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And our job is to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. So whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night. The Sacramento Area Sewer District. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
Guys, want to lose weight, improve your performance, and increase your drive? Revive Men's Health Sacramento can help you address the root causes of weight gain, low energy, poor drive, and performance issues. And since your testosterone level has a direct impact on your weight and fitness, we'll give you a free T-check and free exam at Revive Sacramento. Imagine upping your game, losing weight, and getting in shape all at once. Revive can help you make it happen with our new cutting-edge weight loss medications, like your favorite athletes and celebrities use. They're affordable and available now. Weight gain and low T are treatable conditions. We know we can help you. Take that first step and book today. You're only one step away from getting in the best shape of your life. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This is Kenny and Jerry from Bell Brothers Plumbing, Heating, and Air. If you're thinking about replacing your heating and cooling system, now's the perfect time to take action.
It's Bell Brothers' end of the year blowout, and it's happening now. We've got a limited number of high-efficiency furnace, AC, and heat pump systems in our warehouse.
And we're offering $2,750 off qualifying systems if you buy between now and the end of the year.
No gimmicks, no games, just a great price for buying now. If you got a quote elsewhere, we'd be happy to give you a second opinion.
This is one of our best discounts of the year, but you have to hurry.
When the systems are gone, the sale is over. Call Bell Brothers for details and get up to $2,750 off any qualifying high-efficiency furnace, AC, or heat pump system. Our number is 916-444-1234 or online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your home for the Oakland A's every weekend.
And is swung on line to left center, base hit, and the A's have won it on a walk-off line drive, base hit to left center.
Sacktown Sports. The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Jay was complimenting my sweatsuit. Is that what we call it?
Yeah, I'm a sweatsuit guy.
Jumpsuit, sweatsuit.
Jumpsuit, sweatsuit, tracksuit, all that good stuff. Even though it's not tracksuit.
Yeah, tracksuit. Or the tracksuits are the one that are that material, right?
Yes, kind of polyester meshes. Like Adidas tracksuit.
This is, it's another reason, friend, why going back to an earlier conversation. It's another reason why I love winter so much.
Oh man,
is you can wear, summertime. It's shirt, shorts, shoes. That's fine.
Yeah, but you're a shoe guy, though.
I am a shoe guy.
Yeah, come on now.
You're one of the few people that know.
Yeah, man. That's because a shoe guy knows a shoe guy.
I keep my shoe guy stuff on the download generally, but yes, you're right. I do enjoy me a shoe. That is Jay Johnson. Normally you hear him in the afternoon, kind enough to fill in for Chris Roulade this morning. Always a fun treat for me. Jay and I go way back. Don't forget, Chris will be back tomorrow, and Nate Littlefield will join us for Chaos on Friday. I want to get to the NFL here. But also, it's time for Stupid Things People Say. And this comes from Ben Verlander on Fox Sports. You heard this? Okay. Get ready. This is a good one. Ben Verlander, brother of Justin Verlander, I believe. Brother, cousin, former roommate, something. Was talking about Shohei Ohtani going to the Dodgers. And he said something. There's hyperbole, and then there's, oh, my God. This is, oh, my God. Listen to what Ben Verlander says about the Ohtani signing.
Well, this means everything. It's the most important signing in Dodgers history. I have no problem saying that. It's the most important. It's the biggest. I think it will be the most impactful, and it's already impactful.
Okay. Now, on the surface, it's a huge signing. It's great. I have two words I'd like to throw out.
Yes,
okay?
I think we're both thinking the same thing, hopefully.
I was going to throw two words out. No, I'm sure we are. Jackie Robinson.
Yes.
I'm just going to throw this out there. No disrespect to Shohei Ohtani. It's a huge signing. I understand the argument about how huge it is and how impactful it is. It is huge and it is impactful. I'm going to go out on a limb. Now, I'm not trying to be Mr. Woke. I don't think it's woke to say that signing the guy that literally broke the color barrier, and yes, I know there's a technicality there, but Jackie Robinson signing broke the color barrier.
Yes.
His number can't be worn by any baseball team. Jackie Robinson has like a baseball national holiday assigned to him. The fact that Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier in baseball, if you know anything about Jackie Robinson's life, is probably like the fourth most impressive thing he did with his life. That's how insanely amazing Jackie Robinson's life was. All you kids out there, I mean, listen, I wasn't alive when Jackie was playing. I'm a kid too, but you should know your history. Do some research on Jackie Robinson and find that when I say literally breaking the color barrier of the whitest national pastime we've ever had was like maybe if we're doing a top 10 things Jackie Robinson accomplished, maybe it was number 3. And Ben Verlander says this.
Well, this means everything. It's the most important signing in Dodgers history.
Man, you know, I'm not the type of person. Well, I might be. Let me take a step back. Let me get my Roger Rabbit on. I might be the type of person to call out a person for saying, you know what, and I don't want to ask for their job because that's way too that's too deep. But the fact of the matter is, man, you got to be better. You just have to be better. And I get the fact of you're trying to be in the moment and you're trying to say some buzzwords, clickbait as we call it,
right?
And you want, you know, you're putting the brand in front and you're trying to get some love, you know, throughout social networks. But I hope whoever was on the opposite side of the glass in the studio, whoever was co-hosting with them, because I don't know the setting where Ben was talking, I hope someone corrected him.
I 100% agree with you. You know, the whole like, I don't like cancel culture. Well, I think if you do stuff where you should be canceled, you should be canceled. Whatever it is, there's consequences. However, I do believe in atonement. I do believe there are times when you can walk things back. I do believe genuine mistakes can be made.
Of course.
Here's the chance I would give Ben Verlander today. And he should. I'm not going to ask for him to be fired.
No.
But I would say this. If I don't see a video from Ben Verlander at some point circulating today where he goes, guys, mea culpa, I'm an idiot, didn't even think about it, it wasn't on purpose. Of course, Jackie Robinson is the most. It was just a brain freeze. I'm sorry. There's no argument here. Apologies. You know what? I would say, you know what? Hat tip, good for you. Everything's good. We all do stupid things, and we all forget. God knows I do. I forget stuff all the time.
I'm still gonna talk a little head though. I'm not gonna lie to you, CD. I'm still gonna talk a little something to him.
You know, especially if you're somebody that knows him. Especially if you're somebody that knows him, you know, for the rest of his life.
Oof.
You're gonna be next time somebody goes to the moon, you're like, wow, man, that was the most important moonwalk in history. Oh, that's right, Neil Armstrong, my bad.
I think talking about Michael Jackson.
That's a great discussion. More important moonwalk. Michael at the Apollo, the Motown 25, or Neil. I'm gonna go Michael. Because any one of those astronauts could have done that moonwalk. One guy. Maybe two guys. Because there's that whole backstory that Michael grabbed it off of somebody. Sure. Yeah, whatever. Michael made it famous. What was it Jay-Z said? He made the Yankee cap more famous than the Yankees did. Michael Jackson made that moonwalk incredibly famous. NFL. Aaron Rodgers will not return this year. We played that earlier. He went on the Pat McAfee show yesterday and was like, yeah, I ain't ready yet. That was a fun media story for a while. But it's the right decision. CJ Stroud will miss at least one more game in concussion protocol. That is a massive deal. First off, CJ Stroud is going to win your offensive rookie of the year. That is without a doubt. We'll explain that here in a second why. But the Houston Texans are in a three-way dogfight in the AFC South, 8-6, along with the Colts and the Jaguars. Shout out to the Colts and Texans, by the way, two of the best stories of the season. Nobody had them at 8-6 and fighting for first place in the AFC South. But CJ Stroud has been a huge part of that. Also, the Colts missing their big pick at quarterback as well has been injured for a while. Shout out to them. But with the Texans missing Stroud, they finish up Browns this weekend, then Titans, and then at Colts. They're gonna have to squeeze one out against the Browns. If not, that Colts game either way to end the year in Indianapolis, that very well could be, depending on the health of Trevor Lawrence, be for the AFC South title. Let me pull out some odds here real quick, as we promised. Odds came out yesterday. Obviously, they vary depending on the book you're looking at, but just in case you were wondering, no shock here. The San Francisco 49ers, who back in February after the Super Bowl were 8-1 favorites to win the Super Bowl. And then after their big losses, they were as low as actually they didn't really go that far. They've gone from 8-1 down and down and down, or up and up. They're now 11-5. You do the math, that's a little over 2-1 odds. They are by far favorites to win the Super Bowl, followed by their opponent Christmas Day, the Baltimore Ravens, at 21-4. So let's do the math there. That's a little over 5-1. So the Niners pretty much favorites by double over the next most likely team to win the Super Bowl, according to Vegas. The Chiefs, Dolphins, Cowboys, Eagles, and Bills follow up everywhere from 9-1 to 10-1. Now, odds to win the NFC Championship. The Niners are 20-23. That means they are the overwhelming favorites to win the NFC Championship, ahead of both the Cowboys and Eagles, both at 4-1. The Detroit Lions, despite their record being as good as it is, they are the fourth most likely team to win the NFC Championship at 9-1. Now, when we get into some individual awards, Brock Purdy is now the favorite to win the MVP. He is now the biggest favorite to date this season to win the MVP. Lamar Jackson has moved up to second. Jalen Hurts and Tua Tagovailoa are now off the board. That is shocking to me, mainly with Tua. So, just to reiterate, Christmas Day, in addition to all the basketball and other football games that are going to happen, Christmas Day, you're going to have the Raiders at Chiefs, the Giants and Eagles, and then at 5:15 on ABC, the Ravens and 49ers, the number 1 and number 2 most likely teams to win the Super Bowl, according to Vegas, and the number 1 and number 2 players most likely to win the MVP, according to Vegas. By the way, the line right now, San Francisco favored by 5.5. Defensive Player of the Year, Micah Parsons of the Cowboys, is still the favorite. Coach of the Year, Shane Steichen of the Colts is the new favorite. Sean McVay is back on the board with the Rams. Matt LaFleur, Nick Sirianni, and Sean Payton now off the board. Comeback Player of the Year, it will be DeMar Hamlin. He's still the favorite. He's been the favorite all year. Offensive Rookie of the Year, odds completely off the board because Vegas believes C.J. Stroud has an insurmountable lead. Defensive Rookie of the Year, Jalen Carter is still the favorite. And there's a pretty darn good chance, depending on what Tyreek Hill does to finish out the year, the 49ers may very well have the MVP and the Offensive Player of the Year in both Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey. We will take a quick break. When we come back, 3 for Madness, brought to you by Fire Wings. In the meantime, much as we want to see the Sacramento Kings drive all over the Boston Celtics tonight, we want to see you drive around in a brand new Hoblet Dodge. Oh, I love that bed. Thank you, Jay. Good morning. I want to remind you, you can save up to $16,500 off MSRP on new 2023 Ram 1500 crew cabs with no payments for 90 days. $5,500 off MSRP on new 2023 Dodge Charger SXTs and Challenger GTs. 0% financing for 72 months with no payments for 90 days. You can lease a 2024 Dodge Hornet plug-in hybrid. That's an SUV for $199 a month for 27 months. That's over $5,500 in savings. Let me reiterate here. It's a brand new car. The Dodge Hornet 2024. It's a plug-in hybrid. It's an SUV, $200 a month. I know they want me to say $199. You get it. That's Hoblet. Unbeatable prices. Unbeatable selection. Go to HobletDodge.com to see the true pricing. Nobody beats Hoblet, period. Celtics lost in OT last night. Is that good or bad? Also, another team's going to be coming off a loss playing your Sacramento Kings. And what are we looking at over the next 3 games for your local basketball squad? We'll get into 3 for Madness with Jay Johnson next.
The 49ers have secured their playoff berth, and now they chase the NFC's top seed.
Purdy out of the shotgun, looks left, throws end zone. Ha! George Kittle in the back of the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Check out all the 49ers games with Greg Papa and Tim Ryan.
On your home for the playoff-bound 49ers. Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Wednesday forecast starts out with mostly cloudy skies. We will see the chances for showers on and off again through the afternoon. Maybe an isolated thunderstorm as well. Highs in the mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
All right, coming up in just under an hour, 8:13, Sean Salisbury will join us. Then directly after that, Katie Christensen. We've still got a $100 gift certificate to Viera Farms to get a Christmas tree, a $100 gift certificate to Jiffy Lube to winterize your car. All you have to do is finish the lyrics, sing to us the end of we'll play a song, a Christmas carol. You sing the next line and you win. It's that simple. We also have Sierra at Tahoe tickets as well. In the meantime, Jay Johnson, nice enough to get up early and fill in for Christopher Laud this morning with us, and he has 3 for Madness brought to you by Fire Wings.
Absolutely. I would love some Fire Wings right now, about 7:21, I guess, in the morning. That'd be a little odd. But we'll begin with the Celtics loss last night in OT. Dave, as you played a couple of pieces from the win by the Warriors in overtime. Good because the Celtics are tired, or bad because they're ticked off?
Yeah, I think I don't want to be the fence sitter guy. I think it's a little bit of both. I think they're going to be tired. That's just how it is. But I think we overrate this sometimes. You know, I actually am more. I think it's better news that they played the Warriors in a very close game last night than the actual physical fatigue they're going to feel. And Kings fans can recognize this. Again, when they played the Warriors and then had to turn around and play the Clippers at home just a couple days later, they were just completely out of it. That's what you kind of hope with the Celtics. It was the Warriors, Steph Curry, bright lights, TNT. Now they're coming to Sacramento. It's not like Sacramento's a bad team at all. They're one of the better teams in the NBA, but you just hope that mentally they're as checked out as they are fatigued physically. The Kings need to win this game. The Boston Celtics are arguably the best team in the NBA, but if the Kings want to play with the big boys, if the Kings want to be considered an elite team, Boston is now 20-6. That is incredibly impressive, and they're 3.5 games better than your Sacramento Kings. But the Kings are 10-3. They've protected their home court this year. They've won 3 in a row. They've won 7 of their last 10. This is a game that they should win, and I have not checked what Vegas thinks so far. Let me take a look. Sacramento's favored by 2.5. So Vegas thinks the Kings are going to win this ball game too, or at least that's what the betting public believes, and they have to follow through their full strength. Let's see Keegan Murray continue to hopefully develop and stay on his tear. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis. Sabonis has a little bit of work to do. I think he's 0.7 of a point below. If he scores, around 22, 23 points a game, somewhere in there over his next couple to finish out the month, the Sacramento Kings will have 3 20-point scorers for the month of December. That's pretty darn good. So I would say it's good news, but you still got to go out there and beat these guys. Number 2.
Question 2.
All right, Mr. Dave. The Suns, Phoenix Suns, that is, they'll be coming off a loss to the Portland Trailblazers. Yes, Portland Trailblazers. When they play the Kings on Friday, who are you most concerned with? The Suns or the Minnesota T-Wolves on Saturday, who the Kings went into Minnesota and got the W?
Yeah, Kings went to Minnesota, got the W. Kings went to Phoenix, and they got the W there. Now, Kevin Durant was not playing in Phoenix. Minnesota was at full strength. This is a tough one because they both present different problems on the surface. I would say the Minnesota Timberwolves, because the Minnesota Timberwolves have the better record this year. They are number 1 in the West. They are 20-5. That gives them the best record in the NBA. They have won 9 of 10. They're back on their winning streak now. They've won 3 in a row. Whereas it feels like the Suns are still figuring things out. They have lost 7 of 10. They are 14-13. But I'll tell you this much. I wouldn't want to face, and they're probably going to have to, but I wouldn't want to face either of them in a series. I feel like the Suns are a little bit like the Clippers in the sense that they're trying to figure things out right now. They still haven't been able to plug in Bradley Beal. He's barely, I think he's played 4 or 6 games this year. It'll be very interesting to see if they can get healthy enough to plug everybody in. When they do, I imagine this is going to be an incredibly difficult team to stop, but that is not right now. I'm concerned with both. I think the Kings will be slight favorites for both. I think that 2.5 point favorite number for the Kings tonight versus the Celtics is going to be somewhere around 1.5, 2.5 versus both the Suns and the Timberwolves. But this is a tough 3-game stretch. I am more concerned with the Wolves, though. Number 3, please.
Question 3.
Question number 3, Dave. What is an acceptable record over the next 3 games for the Kings, Celtics, Suns, and Minnesota T-Wolves?
Yeah, so obviously, I want to go 3-0. But I think maybe if you told...
acceptable.
Yeah, acceptable. Yeah, I think... I think if you told me all 3 teams had agreed to just shake hands and step away and not even play the games, and we got to walk away with 2-1, I'd take that. Look, if you go 2-1 versus the best record in the West, the best record in the East, and then a Phoenix Suns team that is far better than their record, that has Devin Booker and has Kevin Durant, who both love playing Sacramento, if you're able to beat 2 out of 3 of those teams, even though you are on your home floor, I'll take that all day long. I'll walk away impressed. Again, I want to go 3-0. But if they go 2-1 there, they're going to be sitting at 18-10, and they'll head off for a little mini 3-game road trip, Portland, Atlanta, and a different Memphis team. That's on New Year's Eve. It'll be New Year's Eve in Memphis. That game will be at 5:00. You know what? Let me do some math here.
Would you accept, while you're doing your math?
Yeah.
Would you accept 1 and 2 if it was Celtics, Timberwolves?
I would accept it, and it also depends on how those games go. You know, if they're all close, incredibly high-level games and the Kings come up short, I'll accept it. I'm not going to say trade everybody, blow it up, they're failures. But I think on Wednesday, when we're back, I think the conversation will be the Kings. There is the elite group of 4 or 5 teams, maybe tops, at the top of the NBA, and it feels like the Kings are still knocking on that ceiling. If they win 2 of 3, or God forbid 3 of 3, then maybe you say they have business having a conversation with those teams.
So you're kind of looking for, I'm with you. I think there's a glass ceiling above the Kings, and they're looking up and they see the Bucks and the Celtics and, Denver, a couple of teams up there. And so I get what you're saying, but I do like the fact that what you said, depending on how the game plays out. I think if you can sneak one out, really for me, if you beat Boston, I'm happy.
That's the one I'm most worried about.
Yes. I'm happy.
That's the one I'm most worried about. Incidentally, the Kings are 1-0 against the Timberwolves, 2-0 against the Thunder, 1-0 against the Nuggets, 1-0, I think, against the Mavericks. They've done quite well against the upper echelon of the Western Conference. Then you get to the Pelicans, Rockets, and Warriors, but they're also 2-0 against the Lakers and 1-0 against Phoenix as well. So anyway, we will see. We will take a break. When we return, Kings Celtics tonight, we will talk about that. Also go around the NBA a little bit as well. Don't forget Sean Salisbury at 8:13 and Katie Christensen at 8:30. We're right back on Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Arnold Law Firm.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Wednesday forecast starts out with mostly cloudy skies. We will see the chances for showers on and off again through the afternoon. Maybe an isolated thunderstorm as well. Highs in the mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
It's Kia's season of giving back at Folsom Lake Kia. Get low year-end prices and payments, plus low finance rates and even zero down deals with approved credit. Shop Folsom Lake Kia right here in Sacramento for over 20 years.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
The holiday season is right around the corner, so give the gift that's hard to wrap, but easy to give. Give them a Stihl. With powerful trimmers, blowers, and chainsaws to place under the tree, the Stihl Holiday Gift Guide has something for everyone. Save $30 on the BG56 CE handheld blower. Visit your local Stihl dealer or go to stihlusa.com/gift guide. Real Stihl. Find yours. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Subcontractors, grow your business with more leads and leverage your marketing costs to receive over 10 times the value in advertising. Subcontractors United is offering 40 home services contractors to join our advertising co-op. For under $2,100 a month, you'll share in over $83,000 a month in advertising. That's $1 million a year in advertising for under $2,100 a month. There's only 3 subcontractors per category, not 3,000, so lead potential is unlimited. Google Subcontractors United for more information. Hey, DC comic movie fans, the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento is playing Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, the IMAX experience, for a limited time.
I'm gonna murder his family and burn his kingdom to ash.
Experience this year's superhero film of the year on the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen. Getting tickets is easy. Visit IMAX.com/Sacramento for showtimes and reserved seating. And don't miss Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom at the Esquire IMAX Theater this week.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave asking you, are you feeling the pain of paying more and more for your gas? PG&E has increased their rates 4 times in the last 5 years, and the new forecast says PG&E customers may see their bills increase 32% by 2026. The good thing is there are steps you can take to protect yourself from these rate hikes, and better yet, American Energy may be able to help you completely eliminate your gas bill with a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. Did you know SMUD offers huge rebates to eliminate your old gas guzzler? They can help you guide through the whole process. Seriously, listen to me. You go to the SMUD website. There's tons of rebates available, but it is confusing on how to do it. Listen to these rebates. $2,500 from American Energy, $3,500 from SMUD, $1,000 from Caltech, $2,000 home system upgrades. That's $9,000 in rebates. Let American Energy help you out at 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Running with Kuminga, drops to the trailer. Derek White coming strong, lays it in. Timeout immediately, Steve Kerr.
And the loose ball deflected to Paul with 3 on the shot clock. Over to Curry, catch and shoot 3. Got it from the right sideline. 10.6 to go. Warriors lead 130-126. How did he do that? A 3 at the buzzer. It misses, and the Golden State Warriors have won their 3rd game in a row. And they beat the team with the league's best record in overtime, 132-126.
Oh, you heard that. Warriors on TNT beat the Celtics. Why do we care? Because they beat the Celtics. Now the Celtics come in here tonight. No rest for the Leprechauns. 7 o'clock tip-off right here on Sacktown Sports. The sweet, sexy sounds of the legendary Gary Gerald on the call. And afterwards on TNT, Chuck was sick. He had to leave, so it was just Shaq, Ernie, and Kenny. And Shaq brought this up about Steph Curry.
I'm wondering, not saying, I'm just wondering, because he's been consistently the best shooter his whole career. I'm wondering, is it time to start putting him as the best player of all time?
Best player. Oh, you put him over you?
In the conversation.
I'm asking you.
Yes.
You put him over you. You yourself put Steph Curry over you.
Yeah, this is why he's my favorite player. Cause
I'm not saying favorite. He might be my favorite too, but I'm just asking you, think he's better than you?
I played 20 years, watched 20 years before that. I've never seen a guy like him. And he's doing it consistently, and he has championships.
You put him over Michael.
No, I'm not putting him anywhere. I'm saying,
okay,
for all the chitter chatter, is it time to just put him in the conversation?
I think he's a.
I'm asking the fans, is it time to start putting him in the conversation as one of the best players ever?
I'm gonna put it as a fan.
Just
I think in terms of position, you could say, is he one of the best in his position that ever play? But I think the one thing that separates yourself, Jordan, LeBron, is the ability to affect the game in so many other areas. Well, okay, because one part of I'm not saying one part of basketball.
That's for Steph.
No, we have. He's got great teams, and I'm not saying we're not taking it away from his greatness to say he's.
Is it time to put him in the conversation? I'm just asking a question. Yes or no?
If you're having the conversation, his name would come up.
No.
If I'm having the conversation, yeah.
As the best player ever? No.
Yeah.
Not as the best player ever.
He can do it all except.
No, he's the best position. He might be best in his position.
Hey man, he can do it all.
No.
Listen, his title is solidified. He's the best shooter ever by far. But I'm saying because of what he's done and how long he's done it, do we put him in that conversation?
I really like what Kenny Smith was saying there. I appreciate what Shaq's saying. I think Kenny Smith had the salient point. Steph Curry's best shooter to ever play.
Hands down.
Hands down.
That's not even close.
All right. Shout out to Larry Bird and a few others.
Reggie Miller.
That's
still not close.
It's Steph. And he also has, look, we talk about ability to rebound, assist, block shot, this, that, whatever. I also think in that same category, even though it's almost impossible to quantify, is maybe more important than all of that in any individual stat is whatever the statistic is when it comes to understanding the moments and when to step on the neck and when to come up big when the lights are brightest. That's a very real talent for an athlete. And Steph Curry, to me, is right up there with Michael when it comes to stuff, specifically dagger-type plays. Steph is there. But what Kenny said, I think, was so brilliant is, but what about when you talk about Jordan, when you talk about LeBron, hell, Shaq, their ability to affect the game in different ways. So if you take away Michael's scoring, if he's got a 20 night or something, Michael's going to lock you down. Michael's going to crash the boards. Michael's going to dish. And I'm not saying Steph can't do, well, at least two of those things. Steph isn't locking you down on defense.
No.
He's a better defender, I think, than he gets credit for, but he ain't a good defender.
He's a good team defender.
He's a good team defender.
Mm-hmm.
And I also never thought, Steph is not your prototypical 20 and 10 point guard. He's a scorer. And he's capable of getting double-digit assists, but he's not your main focal point distributor, classic point guard. And Steph also, I think, rebounds above his pay grade for his size. But I don't know that other than scoring and leadership, which are both incredible, I don't think Steph can affect the game in other ways if his main arrow is out of his quiver. Like Jordan, like the top of the pops guys. I think that's what makes him a top 10 player, but not, to me, he's not in that elevated realm of Jordan, of LeBron, of Kareem, of Kobe. God, that's 4 Lakers.
See, I would argue. I know, man. You almost turned me off. I almost threw up this morning. I would say he's in the Kobe category for me. Like, I think, and this for me, I'm just speaking. I think LeBron, Michael, Kareem, Magic, those guys, and you can throw a few more. I'm sure off the top of my head.
We're not talking Bill Russell. It's tough.
Right. Will Chamberlain, that type of stuff. I think universally, there's probably 5 guys who are probably considered the greatest ever. If you look at the eras, maybe 6, 7, something around here. But I would say 5. I think you're going to get the Kareem, the Jordan, the LeBron, Wilt. Maybe a Elgin Baylor. I mean, a Jerry West or something very, very early.
Sure.
A Bill Russell, excuse me, I should say. Like, I think there's universally 5 to 7 guys. And then I think there's a second tier to that. And I believe that's kind of what you're saying.
I agree with you.
For me, that's a Shaq. That's a Kobe. That's a Steph Curry. Those type of guys.
I agree.
The one thing I will say with Steph is this. And it's funny that Shaq is saying that because I think he fits this category. The one thing I would push Curry up a little more if you gave me that argument with Kenny Smith and what you're saying is this. I think Steph Curry changed the game as well.
I agree he did.
I think Shaq changed the game, defensive, the zone, all these different things that Hack-a-Shaq. We got rules to it. I think Steph Curry's that situation. Like, I think he is universally, and I'm not saying he's single-handedly the person who has pushed the NBA to be where we got Brooke Lopez, who came into the NBA on the blocks to now shooting three-pointers. But I do think he's the leader in that clubhouse, and I do believe he has changed the generation of children and, and the way we look at basketball to where it's like, you know what, it's okay to shoot threes and it's okay to, I think he just, he lost the record of 268 games straight of making 283.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm taking 20 games away. Like, I think he's changed the game. And so I have to, like, Bird and Magic changed the game.
Sure.
I think Jordan kind of pushed the game. I don't think he changed the game. I think Shaq came and changed the game.
Jordan changed the game off the floor.
Very true.
Jordan changed
100%.
Bird and Magic elevated the game.
Very true.
Jordan changed the game off the floor.
Absolutely.
I will say this about Steph Curry, and I hate when people say this, but hear me out because I'll bring it back at the end. I think in many ways Steph Curry changed the game for the worse, and none of it's his fault. And what I mean by that is that everyone wants to be Steph now, and they're not Steph.
Yes.
Everyone, you see it. I see it with the kids playing. My son's age, since he was in 6th, 5th grade, these kids are taking these 40-foot threes.
Man.
They want to be Steph. And it's none of that Steph's fault. It's everyone else's fault for not realizing, bro, you're not Steph. The closest thing we've seen to Steph in the NBA is probably Dame.
Right.
And Dame ain't Steph.
No.
You know what I'm saying? But Steph, to me, we are quite possibly, and I love having this conversation, Jay. I feel like in some ways we are watching two of the most unique players to ever play in the history of the National Basketball Association, Steph Curry and Nikola Jokic.
Yes.
Two guys that have no business doing what they're doing, that have changed the position. And then a guy like Jokic, I think he might be, when you put it all together, 2nd round picked literally during a Taco Bell commercial in the draft. 2, soon to be 3 times, should have been 4-time MVP, walking triple-double, and he looks like this sloppy dude that rolls out in cut-off jeans at the YMCA, and he's the best player on the planet, arguably.
I know, man. Yeah, I think you're 100% right in that. I think going back to the Jordan comment, you're 100% right in the fact that he changed the game off the court. Both of the guys, I'd even add, there's no one that I've ever seen like LeBron, and I might even put in Kevin Durant. Like, there's no one I can really think about, in history who looks like Kevin Durant. And so I think we're living in a golden era of certain aspects with the NBA, but I truly believe he's in the conversation of greatest because of this, of his superpower.
Sure.
Like, I call that's a superpower, right? And his superpower is so great, it hides the other deficiencies. Like, I had to look up what his career assist numbers are. They're 6.5 according to Basketball Reference and StatMuse. And so that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Absolutely.
Nothing
wrong with that.
No. And he's averaged a little more than 4 rebounds. So nothing that's off the charts.
Right.
But I think if you look at it in the fact that he's small for a long time, we talked about his ankles before he changed from Nike to Under Armour and, all these different workouts, and he had to put some weight on. And then the other part of it is for a long time, the Warriors were absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yes.
And he's part of bringing that back. And so you have to, unlike Shaq or the Lakers, they've been a plethora of talent. He's went over to a team that didn't do anything, which he was drafted and changed the whole city into another city and a whole nother organization. So I think he's in the conversation, but I agree with you and Kenny Smith. I think he just falls short. He's in that second tier for me.
It's interesting when you have the conversation about greatest of all time in basketball, especially. It's a fascinating conversation because you've heard the term, the best ability is availability.
Of course.
So then you get into longevity. All right. So for me, and I've always had, this is one of my favorite conversations to have because it's all fun and games. Mike Tyson said, everybody has a plan to get punched in the mouth.
Hit in the mouth.
It's all fun and games until I pull out Kareem.
Yes.
Because when you look at resume,
oof,
it's not touchable.
Yeah, it's tough, man.
3-time NCAA champion in what most believe are the greatest college basketball teams ever. And the only reason he wasn't a 4-time is because they didn't play freshmen.
Right.
Okay. 19-time All-Star. LeBron will break that record this year. 6-time champion, so right there with Michael. 6-time most valuable player. 5-time all-defense first. 6-time all-defense second. Rookie of the year. Up until last year, all-time scoring champion. Nobody has a better, and oh, by the way, you want to talk about on and off the floor, as you roll that in there, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar might be, you can make an argument, he is the most fascinating athlete to ever play. His activism, his IQ, his writing, his everything he's done off the floor. But
don't forget his appearance as a fighter and Bruce Lee and all that. You got to throw all that in there.
Roger Murdoch and Airplane.
Absolutely.
Having to drag Walton and Lanier's ass up the floor for 48 minutes.
That counts. That goes on the resume.
But then I go, okay, I can lay all that out there and I can have fun. And I do love getting in these conversations and make, I've gotten in these talks before. People get literally angry with me for trying to push Kareem. Then I push the resume out. But also, how many of those championships was Kareem the best player on his team? It's a nuanced conversation. I, in my heart, can't put Kareem above Michael Jordan. But I understand it. And I also understand LeBron. LeBron, who more than any athlete in any major sport has had the most close to perfect career you could have, from being 16 years old, single mom, living in poverty, all the expectations, to exceeding all of those expectations, which were Tiger Woods level expectations. And he exceeded his expectations more than Tiger did. And then LeBron, not afraid to use his platform. Whether you agree or disagree with him, he uses his platform, putting kids in schools, the charitable aspects, bringing up his buddies, Mav Carter, Rich Paul, who's the most powerful Asian. You want to talk about a guy who has created an impact in every aspect of his life. Never been in trouble. Never been in trouble with the law. There's never been a scandal with his family. There's never been any cheating. There's never been any kids here. That all the other stuff, which is his business. I'm not faulting other people for that. But what I'm saying is, you want to talk about as clean an image. Now, I know people politically, some will be freaking out right now. They really can't stand LeBron James for reasons that
it's personal reasons, though.
That's fine. They elude me. But it's a fun conversation, man.
It is. It's an interesting one. And one thing about all-time greats is it goes off eras. It goes off what you were able to see.
That's right.
Like, people talk to me about Larry Bird all the time, and I respect everyone from the great Jerry Reynolds and all that.
Yeah.
When I came to see, Larry Bird, he was done.
Yeah.
And so I don't. Of course, I could watch all the films and all that, but those are the great games. Those are the great things. I didn't get to see him on a Tuesday night against the Hawks. And people say he was a cold boy, and I respect that. Cold. So, I don't mean to pick on Larry Bird, because I think Larry Bird is one of the greatest. But I do think eras and what you're able to see and what you're able to watch definitely makes a difference. And I think that's where you're always it's forever going to be an argument, because my whole thing with Jordan is he didn't win without Pippen.
Right.
He never won without Pippen. He needed Pippen.
They needed Pippen. They needed Rodman.
Needed Rodman, needed Horace Grant, needed Phil Jackson, come on now, Paxson and everybody else.
If he was a last pick in the draft, he'd be called assistant quarterback.
Truth. Oh man, don't even give me. It's time to break now. You about to get me fired up in here.
Hey, by the way, man, Larry Bird was cold.
Yeah, they say he was the truth.
He was maybe the best. Say he was Michael Jordan thought he was the best trash talker
they said
of all time.
Well, I think that's almost, it's probably like a GP and KG at this point. But most people, like we had GP on a couple weeks ago, and he was like, Larry Bird would tell you that, listen, I'm going to go to this corner. That's right. I'm going to shoot this three.
That's right.
If I don't hit all net, I'm going to come back and do it again, and he would come back, do it, and then come up the floor. Like, they say Larry Bird was a whole different human being, man, on the court.
I know we got a break, but a rabbit hole for you to go down. One night, he was bored. They were huge favorites over the Hawks, so he told everybody on Atlanta, I'm going to play left-handed tonight. And he played left-handed. I think he dropped like 37, bro, and they won. It was ridiculous.
That's cold, man.
That's cold blood. Made Michael Cooper cry, man. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll get some audio from around the sports world, including a really cool story coming out of New York football-wise. We'll do that next.
Malik Monk plays here.
Started left, goes right, steps back, launches the three. Nothing but net. Oh, that was just filthy. Oh, my, that was sweet.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Wednesday forecast starts out with mostly cloudy skies. We will see the chances for showers on and off again through the afternoon. Maybe an isolated thunderstorm as well. Highs in the mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Discover Roseville's hidden gem, Timbers at the Lodge, nestled in the Timber Creek Golf Course. Savor a culinary journey where every bite tells a story. We serve breakfast 7 days a week with happy hour Monday through Friday, 3 to 5 p.m., where you can relax on the outdoor patio next to our newly renovated and expanded putting green. Thursdays always feature our $28 prime rib dinner. Reservations encouraged. Learn more at timbersatTheLodge.com. We look forward to welcoming you to Timbers at the Lodge, where exceptional food meets great times.
As we come together to celebrate the end of this long, long year, Stockton Honda has savings to bring us all cheer. Happy Honda Day savings and selection galore. Stockton Honda's online express purchase and great people give you more.
Save on 400 new Hondas at Stockton Honda during Happy Honda Days. Shop in person or online with our express purchase option.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
The Arnold Law Firm has seen how an injury can turn anyone's life upside down. Whether it's a slip and fall, a car accident, or any other kind of injury. For almost 50 years, the Arnold Law Firm has been here to help you through the entire process to protect you and your family. If you are ever injured or in an accident, call the Arnold Law Firm. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777. That's 916-777-7777.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Interesting conversation continuing in the YouTube chat. Just subscribe, Sacktown Sports. Get in the chat. And who is it that said, somebody said in there, I don't have it in front of me, that LeBron's never a real, he can't be a real Laker like Shaq. Like you wouldn't consider him a real Laker like Shaq. It's interesting. I understand where they're coming from, by the way. It just doesn't seem like LeBron is a Laker. But I would say this. Shaquille O'Neal was forced to the Lakers via a trade with Orlando, and he played 8 seasons for him. LeBron's in his 6th season, weirdly enough. That's crazy. He's in his 6th season with the Lakers. He has brought them a sort of championship. He's brought them an in-season tournament championship. He became the all-time leading scorer in the NBA there. Like, if LeBron plays 2 more years for the Lakers, is he then a real Laker like Shaq? I don't know what the rules are here.
Yeah, I mean, anything to tear down the Lakers, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. So no, he's not a free agent. I mean, he's not a Laker. You know, I just want the distress within the Laker kingdom. So no, forget that. He's not a Laker. But I guess the longer he plays, you know, the more history he accomplishes. And let's just say, I'm hoping, knocking on wood, cedar wood, any type of wood, that they don't win another championship anytime while he's wearing a Lakers uniform. And it allowed me to talk about that little asterisk championship they won, you know, a couple years ago in the pandemic. And so I'm hoping he just finishes out the career with the Lakers, and, you know, he scores a few more points, and ho-hum, they get blew out in the 2nd round by the Kings or something like that.
Did the bubble championship combined with the in-season tournament championship, does that combine for one championship?
No,
for you? No,
absolutely. Absolutely not. I'm not a big IST guy, man.
I'm not. I mean,
yeah,
I am when the Kings are in it. This is the greatest thing in the world.
I get you company, man. I understand that. I've been on the record to say I don't care who won it. It just didn't excite me. That's my fandom.
Well, and that's fair. Would you though? My whole thing was always this: like, if the Kings had not made it out of the group stage, I spent the whole time being like, I don't care.
Right.
But I have to be honest with myself. If the Kings were in the final again, I mean, imagine this.
Celebrate.
We were 2 games away from this.
Truth.
Imagine the Kings and the Pacers. Halliburton versus Sabonis in the IST final. I feel like we would have been into that a little bit more than we were the Lakers and Pacers.
I agree. I would have watched it. Let me spin it back to you.
Sure.
If the Kings would have won this IST, how big of a celebration would CD and the rest of the Kings Kingdom celebrate?
I don't think there would have been a parade.
No.
Okay, so we'll take that out the table. I do think, much like in LA, I think there would have been some sort of ceremony, raising a T-shirt or whatever they did.
Yeah.
T-shirt. I will say this, if I'm being perfectly honest, I would have whatever gear was available.
Oh, come on!
But it's funny you asked me that. I'm gonna make my point very silently as to why that's a factor. You ready? And this is just kismet. Hold on a second. What's my shirt say?
Summer League champs 2020.
Anything the Kings do,
you're all
I just
for
happen to be wearing it.
Dude.
Anything the Kings do well. I have both Summer League.
What does the bottom say? Victory in Vegas?
Victory in Vegas. And I have the original.
Did you buy that?
Yes.
With your own money?
I promise you. I spent, I think, $35.
Where did you even buy that at?
I think it was Fanatics or something. And the funny thing is that these are the ones they wore. I actually have another one. I bought it that night. That's purple and gray. I'll try to wear that tomorrow.
I was wondering why you had the Phoenix orange on that.
Yeah, that's the ones they gave them on the floor. I got the purple version. And then, so I have 2 there. And then I have the blue, red, and white Adidas ones from when Ben McLemore's team won it the first time.
Right.
Because we were the only 2-time Vegas winners.
Speak on it.
Bottom line is this, man. If... what's the analogy, bro? I'll use myself for an example. If I went through my whole life and I'm in my late 30s, early 40s, and I can't get a date to save my life, do you think if a girl comes up and asks me out, I'm worried about how she looks? Or am I just saying, you're damn right, let's go?
Okay.
If I grew up poor and hungry and somebody throws me the old Eddie Murphy joke, somebody throws me a bag of saltines, you think I'm complaining about the fact that they're not Triscuits? I'm a Kings fan, man. What a clutch player of the year. Oh, my God. Give me a replica trophy.
Okay. I got you.
Mike Brown's coach of the year, Monty McNair's executive of the year. I mean, if there was gear for that,
yes,
I would buy it.
You're buying the vest.
Because there ain't, nobody wants to wear gear that, 16 years of not making the playoffs.
You're rocking the IST championship Vans,
bro. I asked before it even happened if there's, because apparently there were medals. I was hoping there'd be like pinky rings or something, and I'd be getting a replica pinky ring. Be like, hey, IST champions,
all right,
inaugural. I would have convinced myself it was I'm just being honest, man. I am that guy. I would have bought the gear. I would have convinced myself that it was a big deal. Even though I know it's not.
Yeah. I might have purchased the hat and left it alone. That's about the size of it. But I get, the NBA did a great job. They got what they wanted from this. People talked about it.
Yep.
The players seemed to care.
Yes.
There were better games. Then you had some guy like De'Aaron. To me, De'Aaron Fox was one of those guys like, whatever. And then as it went on, he started to like, okay, this is pretty cool. This is great. And then at the same time, it's like, yeah, but it's still another game. Right. So I could see the fans taking it to another level, especially Kings fans. And I respect that. I'm just saying for me, I don't want to be the Grinch of Christmas right now.
That's fine.
IST just wasn't for me, brother.
By the way.
But I respect where you're coming from.
I'm just, I'm a honk.
And shouts out to you for the Summer League championship team.
Just happened to wear
it. Man, that's serious right there, brother.
By the way, as we go to break, you mentioned it. You mentioned his name. We should be mentioning it. Today's a very special day because on this day, exactly 26 years ago, the future greatest player of all time. De'Aaron Fox was born in New Orleans, Louisiana, one of my favorite cities. 26 years old. He's playing tonight. I don't know if this is something maybe they do. I don't know, but would it be that out of line during a timeout to get a happy birthday to De'Aaron Fox sung throughout the arena?
No, not here in Sacramento.
No, that's what we're all about, right?
Are you attending?
I am not.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go tonight.
I like to when for De'Aaron Fox's birthdays, I tend to like to watch it at home. That's kind of a
I can dig that. Yeah,
we'll
got your own little cake.
That's right.
Personal.
Personal cake. It's like a personal pizza. When we come back, 4 down territory. Who needs a win the most this weekend? Aaron Rodgers, and who ain't coming back next year wearing the headset? We'll do all that next.
The push for the NFC's top seed continues on Christmas as the 49ers host the Baltimore Ravens.
Purdy throws for the end zone. It is caught by Deebo Samuel. Touchdown! San Francisco!
The 49ers look to extend their win streak to 7 in a row as they host Lamar Jackson and the Ravens on Christmas night. Game time at 5:15 on your home for 49ers football. Sacktown Sports and sacktownsports.com.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-775-5622. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-775-5622. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-775-5622. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for by Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Does your dog leave frowny piles of poo around the yard? Did you know that a solid poo is one of the best indicators of your dog's gut health? Supreme Source Super Premium Dog Food is made with organic super seaweed and other powerful antioxidants, supporting a healthy digestive system. Real protein is always the first ingredient, plus a blend of essential vitamins and minerals to help support your dog's overall health and well-being. Do their digestion a solid, literally. Find Supreme Source Premium Dog Food at Safeway, Save Mart, and Smart & Final, or a local grocery store near you.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Plati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
This holiday season, Good Guys Heating and Cooling is turning up the warmth and spreading joy with our Toys for Tune-Ups promotion. Schedule your tune-up or troubleshooting appointment, and with a donation of a new unwrapped toy at the time of your service, we'll waive the fee. It's our way of giving back and making a difference in the lives of local children who might not have the Christmas that every child deserves. All toys will benefit Children's Hope, a wonderful local foster charity right here in Sacramento. Call Good Guys Heating and Cooling at 530-GOOD-AIR to schedule your appointment, or book online at goodguysheatingcooling.com. Happy holidays from the Good Guys family. License number 1057618.
Guys, want to lose weight, improve your performance, and increase your drive? Revive Men's Health can help you make it happen with our new cutting-edge weight loss medications like your favorite athletes and celebrities use. They're affordable and available now. And since your testosterone level has a direct impact on your weight and fitness, get a free T-check and free exam. Book your appointment today at Revive Sacramento. We know we can help you. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 9
And then it'll be Nate Littlefield on Friday, including Friday Fun and Games. Appreciate each and every one of you listening right now. You can always go to the chat line as well, 916-339-1140. Sean Salisbury coming up in just a few minutes. And don't forget, we got a lot of giveaways to get to you in the next 2 hours as we hit the halfway point here, including lift tickets to Sierra and Tahoe, $100 gift certificate to Vieira Farms for a Christmas tree, and a $100 gift certificate to Jiffy Lube to winterize your vehicle. De'Aaron Fox, don't forget, 26th birthday today. He will celebrate it hopefully with a big night and a huge win over the Boston Celtics. Before we get to 4 Down territory, I just wanted to share this since there's always so much bad stuff going on. And by the way, let me take a moment here to just kind of step out and been getting a lot of questions, a lot of comments about this, and I'm not ignoring you. I just haven't found the right time. Might as well, before I get to a good story, address a bad one. A lot of people asking why, are you going to talk about the Chance Comanche story, the horrible story, the Stockton G Leaguer who is accused and allegedly has confessed to a murder. I don't know what to do with that story. It's not sports. I understand that it's a player for the G League. That's the Kings affiliate, but it just doesn't feel right to me. A life was ended. It's a terrible story. And to be honest with you, 3 lives, if you want to be honest, were most likely ended. Of course, the victim, and then the 2 perpetrators. It's a sad, terrible, horrible story. What do you want me to do with it? You want me to bring it up because he happened to play basketball for the minor league team for the Kings? Now, I admit, God forbid, if somebody on the Kings itself roster, we would almost have to talk about that. But I'm not, and I'm not really. Even then, it would be important to separate player from human, athlete from franchise. That human from franchise and all that. When Rashawn Holmes was wrongfully accused of the things he was accused of years ago, domestically, we made it a very big point. Number one, let the justice system, do its thing. And number 2, I refuse to either believe or not believe what Rashawn Holmes is saying based on the fact that he is a player I like for my favorite basketball team. That's gross. Shouldn't have anything to do with it. I don't care how nice of a person somebody is. I don't care how many boards they get. There's real life in their sport. So I don't, you can find that coverage elsewhere. It's a sad story. I don't know what to cover with it other than to report that it happened. You all know it happened. If you don't Google it, and I don't think it's going to better your day. I don't think it's going to inform you. I don't think it's going to give you something to talk about at the water cooler. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's just me. I will tell you, however, about a good story involving an athlete. Following a dispute over an appearance fee, NFL star Tommy DeVito has smoothed things over with a New Jersey pizzeria, Coniglio's. It's good. Old-fashioned pizzeria in New Jersey had originally advertised the Giants quarterback would be appearing at the restaurant. Did I just say, by the way, I just read NFL star. Let's calm down there. NFL quarterback, Tommy DeVito. They had originally advertised that he would be appearing at the restaurant Tuesday, only to then say the event was off due to a steep rise in the appearance fee after the Giants' recent win over the Packers. Apparently, the appearance fee went from $10,000 to $20,000. So we're a small family-run business and decided $20,000 was a bit steep for 2 hours. Apologies to anyone who'd already purchased a ticket. According to Darren Ravel, DeVito's agents, said he and his client hadn't raised the price because no contract was ever signed, only for Coniglio's to produce a screen grab of a conversation, which the two sides appeared to have made an informal agreement for $10,000. But DeVito, whose nickname is Tommy Cutlets, did make a surprise cameo at Coniglio's on Tuesday and reportedly for no money. Quote, "It was really important to me. There was a lot going on at that time, a lot of people doing different things as part of my team. Some things slipped between the cracks. And as soon as I was made aware of it, when it hit my phone, that's when I said, we need to go in there, meet him face to face, set things right, eat the awesome pizza, and have fun. And that was that. DeVito is a local boy. He still lives with his parents not far from the stadium. His mom still makes his bed. He makes Brock Purdy look like a heralded prospect entering the league. It's a very, very good story, and good on him for being a role model, setting an example, and supporting local businesses. All right, 4 down territory right now. Jay Johnson.
Good morning, gentlemen. What are the haps? It's time for 4 down territory on the drive. 1, 2, 3, 4. First down.
Thank you, sir. Question 1, please.
Yeah. CD, who needs a win most this weekend, my man?
The most important game this weekend, we'll count the Monday, we'll just count the Monday games as well, obviously, and all the games being played.
Yeah, this upcoming NFL week. How about that?
Yes. I'm going to cancel out the Ravens and Niners. They don't need, those are the 2 top teams in the NFL. That is the most important game this weekend, but those are not the teams that need wins more than anything. I'm going to really split it between 3. The Colts, the Falcons, and the Texans. And the Texans will be without their quarterback. We told you earlier, C.J. Stroud concussion. They'll miss another week. Anthony Richardson's been out for the Colts. And Trevor Lawrence, I know, is dealing with a concussion issue. I'm not sure on his status. Jags play the Buccaneers. Texans host the Browns. And the Colts go into Atlanta, which is actually a battle of teams, weirdly enough, still both looking at a divisional title. I would also say runner-up would be the Eagles. They host the Giants. Obviously, if they lose to the Giants, if they lose their 4th in a row after starting at 10-1, it's one thing to lose to the 49ers. It's one thing to lose to the Cowboys in Dallas. And even Seattle on the road, which wasn't expected, but again, Seattle's not a terrible team. You lose to the Giants at home, you have big problems, and you're going to start hearing things like, has Nick Sirianni lost the locker room? And this is one of the all-time collapses we've seen, not since maybe the Steelers a few years ago that started out, 11-0, something silly like that, and ended up, I want to say, either losing out or close to it. So a lot of teams, as we wind down the last 3 weeks of the NFL season, need wins. No more than those. Number 2, please. Second down.
Second down.
CD, we jump over to the NBA and the NFL, both having games on Christmas. How do you feel about it?
I don't like it. It's going to be overload. But again, I go back to the very start of the show, Jay, when I talk about June, July, and August. Now there's nothing going on. And then you have a day like Monday and everything is going on. Now I understand in today's day and age, you have multiple screens. Nobody's just gathering around the 19-inch Toshiba in the living room anymore and switching the channels with your hands like we had to when we grew up back in the day. No, that's not how it works now. In the NBA on Monday, and the NBA has historically kind of owned Christmas. That's their deal, but this happens to fall on a day where NFL football is played, Monday night. You're going to have 5 games in the NBA starting at 9 a.m. Bucks Knicks, 11:30 Warriors Nuggets, 2 p.m. Celtics Lakers, 5 p.m. Sixers Heat, and then you finish out Mavs Suns at 7:30. By the way, the Kings should have gotten a game in there.
Who's watching the Miami Heat game?
Miami Heat fans.
Yeah, not when the Niner Raven game comes on.
Absolutely. That game's going to get crushed. In the NFL at 10 a.m., so an hour after your first NBA game, you got Raiders at Chiefs. And at 1:30, you have the Giants and Eagles. So 1:30, you'll be finishing Warriors Nuggets, and then that'll take you through the Celtics and Lakers. And then, of course, at 5:15, you have the big game, the Ravens and Niners. Now, you'll be able to pick and choose what you want, but my goodness gracious, I feel like it should just be the NBA's day, but tell you what, brother, I'm going to be sitting with some chicken wings and chips and dips at 5:15, watching the hell out of the Ravens Niners.
That boy,
getting ready. Well,
no, what you're going with Christmas?
Actually, you know what? You're right. It's Christmas Day. Never mind.
Like, are you eating wings on Christmas? Or
God, no. You
okay.
You know what? I just realized. Oh man, hold on. Stop the presses. For the first time, I'm putting it all together. It's the game's at 5:15 on Christmas. What are we doing about Christmas dinner?
Come on now.
Got to eat early.
What's happening in the CD household?
Oh, well, we're going to be down south. But
that's right. Pause rings, right?
The question is, so you figure let's call it, let's just be safe and call it 2.5 hours, maybe 3 for the football game. So that puts you at 8:15. And you don't want to start making dinner at 8:15 either, especially when, we're going to do a prime rib and, all the normal stuff or whatever. So the question is now, do you just eat at 4? Like do a Thanksgiving thing, eat at 4?
That's a little tough there, man. You gotta figure that out.
Are you going to eat? What are you going to do?
I don't know. Now that you've presented a problem, a conundrum.
That's a big
Let me think about it. Can I get back to you?
Yeah, you can. And we'll take 1-800-920-1140, 916-339-1140. I would ask Sean who's coming up. In fact, we'll probably push Sean ahead. Let me text him. But Sean, it's gonna be 7:15 in Houston. He doesn't have a problem. East Coast, it'll be 8:15. They don't have a problem. We're screwed on the coast. Oh man, this went a whole different direction.
I see, man. You haven't even finished the 3rd and 4th down. You're stuck.
You got food involved.
I'm with you. Everything stops for me too, man.
Damn right. Number 3, 3rd down, please.
3rd down.
All right, Aaron Rodgers, as you already have alluded to, will not return this season. Do you agree with the decision, Dave?
I do. I do. I do. Look,
I heard a little food pain in your voice.
I do. I know. I'm still very sad about Christmas dinner. Yeah, I do agree. They can't make the playoffs. He's not medically cleared yet completely. The last thing you want to do is re-injure something, dude. We all admire how he's recovered and come back and done his thing. Chill out, have some fun, do your thing this summer. Go to your walk about in the dark and smoke your whatever and do your thing. Come back and we'll see you on Hard Knocks. Let's do Hard Knocks Part 2 and do this thing all over again. I'm excited to see what he can do next year. It was going to be a good story this year, him playing. I still remember him coming out and carrying that American flag in New York on opening night. That was very, very cool. That being said, there's no reason for him to come back this early. 4th down, please.
4th down.
3 coaches. Black Monday's coming. It's coming up. It's approaching us. What 3 coaches are you sure won't return next year, my man?
Well, I can tell you one of them's not coming back is Arthur Blank of the Falcons. My goodness gracious. The owner of the Falcons said yesterday when asked about Blank's status, he said something like, "Well, we'll just let the we'll let the year finish and then discuss it then."
Blank is the actual owner, but you mean
I'm sorry, Arthur Smith. Sorry, yeah, excuse me, I got my Arthurs mixed up. I don't think Ron Rivera will return. And I don't think Matt Eberflus will return with the Bears. I think the Bears, the Commanders, if I had to guess right now, I would all but guarantee Bears, Commanders, and Falcons will all be looking for new coaches. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens in Vegas with the Raiders. It'll be interesting to see if Brian Daboll comes back. The Chargers, they have an interim in there. They're gonna have to find someone. And I think Robert Saleh is gonna get another year in New York, especially with what happened to Aaron Rodgers, but nothing's a guarantee. And keep an eye on the Bill Belichick situation. They just re-signed him to a deal last year, summer, in the summer. That was very quiet. But you just never know. So, but I think there's going to be a good 5 to 8 coaches, as there generally are every year, looking for new jobs here in a second. All right, we'll take a break. I know Katie's coming up at the bottom of the hour. We're running late with Sean. We're trying to chase him down. So bear with us as they're coming up. We also have some giveaways, Niners at 9 and more. We will be right back.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Wednesday forecast starts out with mostly cloudy skies. We will see the chances for showers on and off again through the afternoon. Maybe an isolated thunderstorm as well. Highs in the mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car right in your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, Cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on Auto Trader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on Auto Trader. Just you wait. Auto Trader.
Discover your dream home at Subcontractors United, your source for all home improvement needs. A talented team of home services experts is ready to make your projects a breeze. No more endless internet searches. Find your contractors in one place. Enjoy stress-free service absolutely free, with no hidden costs and no accounts to set up. Transform your living space into something extraordinary. Visit Subcontractors United today and experience the joy of hassle-free home improvement. Dream big at subcontractorsunited.com.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sacktown Sports.
So fresh, so clean. Jay Johnson behind the glass. Carmichael Dave in here in the one shot on YouTube. Jason will return next week. He is still around. He's still doing his King's duties. Just, he's got 2 jobs. He's got 1.5. Christopher Laud will be back tomorrow and then gone again on Friday. By the way, Troy Benson, Johnny Wilson, Fabian Lovett, Jaheim Bell, and Jared Verse, most, if not all, expected to not just be drafted, but in a couple of cases, be first or second rounders. Those are all Florida State players. And they're all opting out. And for some reason, Chris Russo's mad. Why is he mad? Let me see.
Are you checking to see why he's mad?
Well,
I see you pushing those buttons over there.
Yeah, I'm seeing he usually I can turn this up and I'll be able to hear that TV, but whatever. Why is he mad?
You know, please don't jump on me because, sometimes your show is a wee bit early for my liking as I'm a nighttime guy. I'm a night owl.
Yeah.
I have not, and I normally try to tune in when I take my daughter to school. So that's normally about 7:30.
Appreciate
I kind of catch you right about that time. Hear you for about an hour, then I take it right back on to sleep, brother. But my question to you is because I haven't heard this, and I don't want to, open up a sore wound here.
It's not sore.
What's the FSU feeling, man? What's your thought about the situation?
Now, again, and I it's always like you gotta throw your credentials down. Just. And this will make sense when you hear my answer. As you know, as most people who've listened to me know, my mom and dad went to Florida State. I've been a Florida State fan longer than I've been a Kings fan, a Niners fan, a Giants fan. The first cloth I ever touched was a Florida State baby blanket right out of my mama.
Love it.
I am just for mathematical purposes, I'm a bigger fan. I've been a fan longer than a lot of alumni that went there, even though I never went to Florida State. It was a part of my life growing up. I don't know if I was the only one, but I was one of a few. Jay, I'm a very emotional dude. I'm a little bit batty. And I lead with my heart, but I do try to be fair. And I might be one of the very few Florida State fans, diehards. I understood the decision.
No,
come on. It was terrible for the players.
Man,
it was terrible for the school. Somebody was going to get screwed.
Yeah, it should have been Alabama.
But when Jordan Travis went down, that effectively ended the season for Florida State.
I agree, and I'm a huge. So I'll put it down. College football is probably my favorite sport.
Sure.
Prior to, at this point for me, is baseball or boxing, right?
Sure.
And I know I'm on the outside looking in. Most people love NFL and NBA and all that. That's cool. I was literally turned off from the fact that FSU who went undefeated, lost Jordan Travis, but still found ways to win, beat Louisville in the ACC championship, weren't at least given an opportunity to play for a championship. Now, even if they went in there and got tap danced on by Michigan, I understand. But the whole point is to go undefeated and in a Power 5 and be FSU and be, one of those schools as I know you would tell me is it's a flag for the college football. Like FSU is one of those schools. It's a powerhouse. It's
Power
a blue
5.
blood. Absolutely. And for Alabama to, by the skin of their teeth beat Auburn. Shouldn't have beat Auburn.
Shouldn't have beat Auburn.
And FSU is getting penalized because they had close games. that they did not lose. And I mean, look, again, I don't mean to open up.
No.
I was literally turned off as a college football fan, someone who really appreciates the fact of every game meaning something in college football.
Sure.
And Bama, man, it could be my hate for Bama. I'm tired of seeing him. I'm tired of Nick Saban getting the good old boy network help, and the Paul Feinbaums and the Peter Burns and all the guys who want to politic for him.
Sure.
That's all fine and dandy. And I work with Peter Burns and I work with Paul Feinbaum, so I don't need to get the text messages or the YouTube threats.
Right.
I work with both those guys over at Fox at a point in time. And so my point of it is you can't go undefeated and don't have an opportunity to play for the big ball. That's all especially when you have a team who lost and at the same time shouldn't have beat Auburn. I know shoulda, coulda, woulda. If we're fifth, we all be drunk. I understand that situation, but they lost, man. FSU did not.
You know what happens though when you put an undefeated team, when you look at an undefeated team, and that's your top goal, and you put them in a situation like that because they're undefeated, you get TCU, Georgia, and 65-7.
I understand, man, but you can't blame Dave. You can't blame the players.
I don't blame I don't.
Yeah,
I don't. I am gutted for the players. I'm gutted for Mike Norvell.
So Jordan Travis should have won the Heisman because that's basically what we're saying. He was the most important player of the college football season.
I'm not gonna. You know what? Funny. I won't bring an argument up against Jordan Travis for the Heisman, but I would say this: someone was going to get screwed in Florida State. We were already on thin ice because our quality opponents, and you only play the schedule you're playing, but we had LSU to start the year. Duke and Louisville were basically our ranked wins. We got through North Alabama when Travis went down. Then a Gator rivalry game. Also, you want to talk about Alabama shouldn't have beat Auburn. The Clemson kicker missed a 28-yard field goal in South Carolina. Otherwise, that game would have gone to overtime and Florida State would have lost to Clemson. Florida State should have lost to Clemson in that game. And I just didn't. Let me ask you this, Jay. And I know you'll give me an honest, unbiased answer, and then we have to break. This is what it really came down to for me, knowing that no matter what, someone was going to get screwed. When someone's going to get screwed, I tend to default towards what's the best of the worst options. Do you truly believe, as they are right now, that Florida State is a top 10 team in the country? Right now.
I would say yes, because I haven't been shown anything else.
I would, if you had to go to Vegas and there was a round robin.
Right. Put top 10 in.
I'll just say, in my opinion, they have a championship level defense. I love their running game. I think they're at best a 13, 14, 15 team. I do not think they're a top 10 team, and I certainly don't think
they're beating Missouri. It was number 9, I believe. Ohio State without Kyle McCord right now.
I will say this, Georgia, well, they're going to anyways. Georgia's going to boat race them.
Yeah.
Boat race them. The thing is, it's a sucky situation overall. It's the second time I've been through something like this. The 1993 Barry Bonds Giants had the second best record in Major League Baseball, and they finished just behind the Atlanta Braves. 103 wins did not get the Giants in the playoffs, and they started the wild card the next year. Now they're starting the playoffs, the extended playoffs next year. And once again, it's my team that's getting screwed because of an injury, because of timing.
I get it, man.
It's a terrible situation overall, and you just made me argue against Florida State for 5 minutes.
Man. You shouldn't have.
I know.
Stick to your guns, brother.
We'll take a break. When we come back, Katie Christensen right after this.
The 49ers have secured their playoff berth, and now they chase the NFC's top seed.
Purdy out of the shotgun, looks left, throws end zone. Caught! George Kittle in the back of the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Check out all the 49ers games with Greg Papa and Tim Ryan
on your home for the playoff-bound 49ers. Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Winter is coming. I know you know that, but are you prepared to keep your family warm all season long? At American Energy Heating and Air, their goal is to exceed your expectations of the heating and air industry by valuing the customer experience and making your home comfort system as efficient as possible for the most value. So book your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. Prevent dangerous gas leaks. Extend the life of that furnace and save on your energy bills. And here's the guarantee. This isn't a sales call. They're not getting in the door so they can try to sell you a bunch of stuff. No, they're just going to do what they say they're going to do. Call today to schedule an appointment at 916-520-9990 or go to AmericanEnergyAir.com. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A-plus Better Business Bureau rating. Get your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. 916-520-9990. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
It's Credit Christmas at Prestigio Jewelers. Get the gifts you want this year. Prestigio guarantees your credit up to $10,000. It's easy. Have a valid ID, proof of income, and be 18 or older. Prestigio has competitive pricing on all jewelry such as gold chains, wedding sets, diamond earrings, and designer brands like Cartier, Gucci, Bulova, and Citizen. Rebuild your credit, even with a repo or a bankruptcy at Prestigio Jewelers. This Christmas, come for the credit and be amazed by the selection at Prestigio Jewelers. Online at prestigiojewelers.com.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat. Bring out all the flavors of the holidays with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill is turning me into a pro. Napoleon Grills has features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last, complete with a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. All made with premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Just go to Napoleon.com for your nearby Napoleon Grills dealer. Napoleon Grills. Now is the time for the best selection of grills and fine accessories for the holidays.
The Arnold Law Firm has seen how an injury can turn anyone's life upside down. Whether it's a slip and fall, a car accident, or any other kind of injury. For almost 50 years, the Arnold Law Firm has been here to help you through the entire process to protect you and your family. If you are ever injured or in an accident, call the Arnold Law Firm. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777. That's 916-777-7777.
A lot of pretty smart things to say. He's good at what he does.
On Sacktown Sports.
All right, welcome back. Where in the world is Sean Salisbury? I don't know. But I do know Katie Christensen is right here. She's always punctual, always on time. Say what you want about Katie, and I could say a lot. But she's always on time. She takes pride in her work. Blah, blah, blah. Good morning, Katie.
Good morning, David.
Hey, it's just us today.
I know. Jason Ross finally gave in on you. But I can't take it anymore. You're driving me nuts.
It's kind of funny because we had a caller this morning just randomly call and say, hey, I heard a story that you and Sean Salisbury got in a fight on the air once. Could you mind sharing that story? And I actually found the clip on YouTube and I played a little bit of it. And of course, you remember very well, it was your last day on the morning show before you abandoned me. And Sean and I decided to play a prank on you. And I thought you were near tears at one point. You were about as uncomfortable as you've ever been. And that's saying a lot. And I still think it was one of the best pranks we've ever played on you.
Well, let's be honest. It's probably one of the best pranks you've ever played. It just happened to be on me, so I'll take it. Yeah, you guys did that really well. Sean acts very well. You, on the other hand,
as Sean said in the clip, he said, "Guys, I played a gay man once in a movie. I know how to act." Well, there was also the time we convinced you that Dave Yeager was on the front cover of GQ.
All right, is this what we're going to talk about? How many times do we have to ring the madness?
Let's get serious for a second, and we'll actually work. Since you showed up on time, I can be a professional too. So let's be clear on one thing: you really make your own dryer sheets?
Yeah, so it's super simple. Okay, it's super simple. It's just like everyone's got like old T-shirts or old like whatever. And it's basically, you just soak them in a little container that you can open up real quick and pull out of it's like white vinegar, and like you can add some some like essential oils. Yes, but that pissed some people off, by the way.
Well, it did. It didn't. Well, obviously, I'm going to take it differently because I know you. And one of the most common, I think, fair to say, I don't know if it's an argument, but one of the most common things we bicker about is that I always say, Katie can take a 5-minute problem and turn it into a 3-hour project. And you are constantly going 500 miles an hour, and then you get sick like 17 times a year and worn down at points. And I'm always trying to get.
I have a 5-year-old.
Well, because before the 5-year-old, you never got sick. And then I'm always asking, never. Then I'm always saying, slow down, slow down, slow down. But I'm also talking to a person that makes Clark Griswold's Christmas display look like a nightlight. I'm talking about a person that at Halloween, in addition to all those decorations, would answer her door in a skeleton onesie. You make your own dog food, and I feel like there's so you make your own
laundry. I make my own laundry detergent too.
Wait, hold on. What is in your own laundry? And I know you. I was just about to say, were you born on a farm? I know you were, but you know that there's fabric softener and laundry detergent at the store, right?
Okay, so I just want to say, to each their own prerogative, but it's really bad for the environment.
What is fabric softener?
Yeah, well, the sheets obviously they go into the landfill, blah 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 blah, and then when we talk about laundry detergent,
use the Downy ball like I do.
They don't. You know what? I did use that for a while, but I'm not a big fan of how that works. It gets all over your laundry. But even the Downy stuff, it comes in these plastic containers that they just aren't being recycled. Now, Dave, I don't want to get into this because people are going to think I'm a wackadoo. I've just made a decision that it's better for the environment.
You are 100% pure USDA wackadoo, but I love you for it. And may I just say that, you know what else is bad for the environment is taking half the energy at the power plant to power, light bright Santa Claus on your roof.
Oh my gosh. This is not like the lights that we grew up with. These are like LED lights. Just come on.
Anyways, Katie Christensen joining us. Golly, jeez.
Good morning, Kings fans.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Trying to figure out, and please don't say both. I love how Mark, was it Mark that got on you for not sticking to grades the other day? Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
it's so much more fun for you when Jason's here, I know. Is it good or bad that the Celtics lost in overtime to the Warriors? Good because they're tired and it's a back-to-back and blah-de-blah, emotional letdown. Bad because they're angry. Which would you give more credence to? Pick one.
Well, I would say it's good that they lost in overtime because, yes, they're going to be tired, but I'm sorry I haven't started my game board yet today. I don't know off the top of my head if they've lost back-to-back games this year.
Oh, God, probably not. I can check real quick, but I think they have five or six losses.
If they haven't, then I would say it's also bad.
They did one time. It was November 6th at Minnesota in overtime, and then they lost Wednesday, so 2 days later, 106-103 at Philly. Other than that, no.
Oh, that's a tough.
Yeah.
Have to game schedule right there. Well, listen, I think it's a big.
Oh, hold on. You in a bad spot there? We lost you for a second.
Yeah.
You're back now. Go ahead. You think what?
I think that the Kings are playing incredibly well right now, and I have a lot of faith in kind of the direction they're going and what they're doing. And a lot of times against Eastern Conference opponents, like it can be difficult for the Kings because it's such a different style. Like, I remember that I think it was like a 5-game trip last year, and it was like Philly. It was like all these, very East Coast type opponents, which, you know, is not a lot of offense, a lot of defense. It was like the defensive gauntlet that they went through, played really poorly in Philly. It just wasn't an easy trip because it's such a different style of play from East to West. But having said that, Boston, they're a good defensive team. There's no doubt about it, but they're very much more the style of play of the Kings. And so I think that Boston is a team that stylistically kind of matches up with the Kings. So it'll be really interesting to see how, you know, both teams come out tonight. But I have a lot of faith in the Kings' ability against this team. And I really hope that they're able to take advantage of kind of a schedule thing for the Celtics and just come out and jump on them and kind of get them in a hole early and make them have to be the ones that are constantly trying to work themselves out of a hole.
Katie Christensen joining us, Kings TV analyst. Katie, so you've got the Kings on a nice run. They've won a couple in a row. It's been a fun week for Keegan and friends. But now you've got the Celtics tonight, and then you have a back-to-back Phoenix Friday, who as we know, are far better than their record. And then the best record in the league, Minnesota, on the second game of back-to-back. Kings are 2-0 against Phoenix and Minnesota already, both on the road. But for you, is this a nice, you know, first third of the season test to see if the Kings are ready to play with the elites yet?
I think the Kings are ready to play with the elites. I don't think it's an issue of like a test to see if they are. My thing really is I think they've done a really good job of taking care of home court. And this is a difficult 3-game stretch of their schedule, but it's at home. So how are they going to kind of respond to that? And when you look at Phoenix, they played Phoenix well. They played Phoenix well last year. They've already got a win over Minnesota, but that game to me, Minnesota did not play their style. So I'm curious to see in the second matchup against them if the Kings are able to kind of do the same thing, force Minnesota to really, you know, not play to their strengths. The back-to-back is the thing to me. I really want to see the Kings come out against Minnesota, second night of a back-to-back, and play at a high level. Because it seems to me like they have not won on a back-to-back yet this year. And like I said, sometimes, you know, you play the schedule and sometimes the schedule plays you. It does kind of get that way over an 82-game stretch of the NBA season. But to me, it's like everybody has to do that. So I'm more of like, is this going to be a close game against Minnesota? Because so far it seems to me like in back-to-back second night, the Kings have just not shown up, and they're getting, you know, down by, you know, big deficits early, and it's just not a competitive matchup. The Clippers, it happened to them twice. I'm trying to remember who the other second night of a back-to-back was, but it just hasn't been a good showing for them. So more importantly, I just want to see the level of competitiveness against the Timberwolves on Saturday.
Well, Celtics tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off, the Nimi Keita revenge game. He had 21 minutes last night and a 10-point, 10-rebound double-double. But we're looking at Jrue Holiday, Derek White, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Al Horford. It is De'Aaron Fox's 26th birthday today. Happy birthday to him, we said earlier. And for his gift, he gets to match up with Jrue Holiday, one of the better defensive guards in the league. How do you see that matchup going, and is that something De'Aaron can have some success with?
I absolutely think he can have some success with it. Listen, De'Aaron is playing at a level, and we saw it last year too, but I feel like he's even continued to kind of elevate his game this year. He's playing at a level where it doesn't really matter who the individual defender is. He's able to figure out and have success. It might take him a quarter or so to figure out. Like the Spurs game kind of comes to mind a little bit when he was kind of getting downhill and getting in the paint, and then there's Victor Wembanyama, right? And he's got to figure out how he can be productive against that element of their defense. But to me, it's not about a Jrue Holiday, right? It's about what is their scheme against him. No one is going to defend him one-on-one with no blitzes, no traps, no, switches. without, De'Aaron going for like 30 points. And even then, he's still shown us with all the different things defenses are throwing at him that he's capable of having a huge night. So I'm not as much worried about the individual matchup. I think Boston collectively as a team is a very good defensive team. So that's more the question for me is like, how are they going to scheme against him? And is it going to be enough to slow him down? The course of the season, we're 25 plus games in right now, has kind of shown us that it doesn't really matter. De'Aaron is just that good.
Which do you think, if either, is a better ceiling comp for Keegan Murray, Klay Thompson or Jason Tatum? By the way, I know that there's like 700,000 miles that need to go to get there. I'm not trying to be a weirdo Kings homer here. I'm just saying styles of play. If I were to tell you Keegan was going to blossom into one of those two, do either of those two match his potential to you more than the other?
Wow, I hate to admit this, but that's a really good question. And I'm shocked that it came out of your mouth, to be honest.
I'm posing right now. Sorry, go ahead while you tell them.
I know.
Posing.
Yeah. You know what? There's similarities for both, and I definitely have seen the Klay Thompson and used the Klay Thompson kind of analogy because Klay very much is a three-way scorer. He's a defensive player. But I've never actually thought about the Jason Tatum connection until now. And I think both are very accurate. I think the difference is that, Tatum, there's just a little bit of a different style to his game, right? Both he and Klay Thompson peak are just phenomenal guys. So if you really think about it, it doesn't matter which one is better. I think that, if I had to, I think that Jason Tatum, probably at this point is a better kind of comparison for what Keegan can be. Because I don't think that Klay Thompson. I think that, how do I put this nicely? What's the way to say it to make it sound right? I don't think that Keegan is ever going to have the same kind of personality as Klay Thompson. Does that make sense?
No, yes. Although they're both kind of unique personalities, but in far different ways. But where I came up with where Klay was actually the one I was kind of standing on earlier this week, in the sense that you have potentially an elite outside shooter. Again, Klay, first ballot Hall of Famer. I get it, but Keegan is tracking to be an elite outside shooter for his career. And you have a guy that in his career became, for a while, remember, Klay was a very underrated defender until he started, being talked about in all defense teams, and was always then developed into an elite wing defender, which is where I think Keegan's tracking on both of those similarly as well.
Oh, I agree. I just think, and I don't have the stats, right? I'm just going off of drawing things from my memory of all the NBA games that I've watched. I want to say that Klay isn't as big as a mid-range shooter. He'd much rather prefer to take the three.
Sure.
I think that Keegan is not really of that mindset. So that's where I kind of lean a little bit more towards the Jason Tatum thing, because Jason Tatum absolutely has that mid-range game, and he'll go to that. He'll go all the way inside, definitely scores at three levels. So, honestly, both are a really good comparison for, I think, where Keegan Murray has the potential to go. And listen, I said it the other night because even though it pissed off some people, apparently because I was talking smack about Kyle Kuzma, I was not. I have a lot of respect for Kyle Kuzma, but he's on a team right now where they're not good, so it's a very individualistic game that he's playing. But, I think there's some comparisons between Kyle Kuzma and Keegan Murray in the sense that Kuz is a really big guard, right? He's 6'9". He does score at all three levels. He has that ability. So it's a little bit different of a matchup for Keegan. But I was saying that, Kyle asked me, kind of about that comparison. I think Kuz is a really good player. I think that Keegan is going to be better. I think Keegan, Kuz is in year 7 of his career. I think by the time Keegan's in year 7 of his career, he will already have been an all-star. That's how great I think Keegan Murray is going to be. And this is not a purple goggles situation.
Yeah.
This is me breaking down an NBA player saying, wow, he is going to be something really, really special.
Katie Christensen with us. And I agree with you. And I'd also said earlier this week, I wanted to run this by you. I get, and Monty McNair and team have a type, it seems. I get slight Tyrese Halliburton vibes with Keegan Murray. I'm starting to this year. And in no way am I talking about their style of play, position, whatever. I'm talking about two young yet mature for their age, polished, insanely high IQ players that seem to be developing in their own ways, in their own games on a similar track. Whereas in Tyrese's second year, we could see those glimpses of a guy that could be a star and an all-star on top of that. You're starting, I think, to see a little bit of those with Keegan as well, that this is a guy in a year or two, if it takes that long, might be getting some of the same praise and hype that Tyrese is getting in Indiana, because that's how he's tracking right now.
Yeah, he is trending upwards at a rapid pace.
And that being said, then, is it really time for, you and I both know the front office has felt this way for a while, but really the fan base, when we talk about, hey, we need a third star, hey, we need an elite wing defender, should it be, you know what, we got it, we're going to re-sign, I would imagine, Malik Monk this summer. He's going to get paid. Fox and Sabonis and Keegan all locked down for multiple years. It's another elite defender. It's another star. Am I wrong in saying the Kings already have their 3 stars right now? One just hasn't gotten there quite yet.
Oh, I 100% agree with that statement. Yeah. I mean, when you look at the core, and Mike Brown has talked about this a lot, when you look at the core of this team right now, they're locked in. They're just young. They're just young in their experience together. They're young in their NBA years of service. Obviously Domas and De'Aaron are a little bit further along, but Keegan is just in his second year. And Malik is kind of new to his role, right? And he's embraced it in terms of being that 6-man role, and he's brilliant at it. And as much as people, want to say, oh, he needs to be in the starting lineup, so on and so forth, like, I think the rotation that Mike Brown has right now, it works incredibly well for this team. And when you look at the fact that, De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk will be on the court a lot together, especially down the stretch of games, like, I think the way that he has the rotation set and are working, everyone is really flourishing in their roles and being used to their max. If Malik started and played the same amount of minutes, I don't think that he would have the same impact, just because of rotations and opportunities and shots available and those types of things.
Katie, wonderful conversation. To think that you agreed with me multiple times, complimented me on having a very good question. I think that's a record. I'll leave you with this.
Merry Christmas, Dave.
From the text line, from the 916. Dave is always coming at Katie with weird, where's my hug guy vibes from high school. Leave her alone, man.
That is such a great text. Where's my hug guy from high school? That's great. That's the first I've ever heard.
That's like a creepy vibe. I don't agree with that.
You're a weirdo, man.
Weirdo, man. Not the one making my own dryer sheets and fabric softener and laundry detergent and dog food. You basically have a manufacturing plant at your house.
I'm a very capable, independent person, is what you're saying.
I'm saying you're a wackadoodle, but I love you and I appreciate you coming on. And we will look forward to tonight watching. Who are you with tonight? Kyle or
I I think it might be Mark tonight, but I cannot remember.
Well,
so
apologies to Kyle if it's him, but you and Mark Jones will assume tonight. Looking forward to the call. Either way, regardless of who you're with, we know you'll do a wonderful job, and hopefully we get a nice Kings victory. Take care. Thank you so much. And go back to finishing a table or whatever the hell you're doing today.
No, I got a Christmas performance to get to, man. You know what time of year it is.
I thought you just had one yesterday.
Yeah, they have another one this morning.
Okay. Love you lots. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. We'll take a break. On top of that, she has 2 dogs, one of which is a giant floofy dog that will jump all over you, and the other one is an absolutely psychotic Chihuahua that needs to be on Prozac and can't stop barking. And with both those dogs, I've told her before, you look in the backyard, you got to worry. She may make their dog food, but it can't touch my friends at Supreme Source Super Premium Dog Food. Bark, bark, the fastest growing premium dog food in the country. It's like it's homemade. Family owned and operated for 50 years. No shareholders other than the puppy dogs. So they do what's right for your pooch, and that is it. Organic seaweed for easy digestion, high protein, powerful antioxidants, and superfoods that help support healthy digestion and intestinal health. You want sizes? We've got sizes, 3 of them, 5, 11, and 22 pounds. And they come in 6 recipes. They're interchangeable. So you can go with one today, one the next day, one the next day. It's not going to mess with your doggy's tummy. It's 100% complete and balanced nutrition for all life stages. You can find it so easily. Safeway, Save Mart, Smart and Final, Winco. Learn more at SupremeSourcePet.com. That's Supreme Source Super Premium Dog Food. Bark, bark. Do more for your puppy's tummy. Then rub it. We'll take a break. When we come back, Niners at 9. Can the 49ers go down as one of the greatest teams ever? And we have more media people commenting on more media things when it comes to Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, and more. We'll keep it going next.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Wednesday forecast starts out with mostly cloudy skies. We will see the chances for showers on and off again through the afternoon. Maybe an isolated thunderstorm as well. Highs in the mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
And now a message from Puffs Plus Lotion Tissues. Ordinary tissues can leave you with a red nose. So choose Puffs Plus Lotion for all of your blows. Puffs have lotion to soothe sensitive skin so you can wipe without wincing. It's a win-win. Puffs have cushiony thickness, which brings relief too, so the days of sore red noses are gone and through. When you're after soothing softness, a nose in need deserves Puffs indeed.
This is Jeff Scott. Did you know there's a way to outsmart COVID if you get it? Now, there are medicines that can treat COVID whether or not you've been vaccinated, which is great news, especially if you're over 50. If taken in the first 5 days of having symptoms, COVID medicines can help stop the illness from getting serious. Call the healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to learn more about COVID medicines. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
It's the season of performance event at Acura of Stockton. Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Lease a new Acura RDX or MDX. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton or AcuraofStockton.com, where precision-crafted performance is at your fingertips.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton & Price in your corner. When you call Ashton & Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real-life person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Hey, it's Juice and Mo. Make this Christmas unforgettable by shopping at our friends Sharif Jewelers.
Do you even remember what you thought last Christmas?
No.
Well, you got to make this one memorable.
Okay.
Make sure to go into Sharif Jewelers. You can get diamond studs, tennis bracelets. There's so many classic, timeless pieces that can be worn every single day, available in both lab-grown and natural minds.
In so many different price points. So don't go anywhere else this holiday season. Support a local, family-owned business rooted in Sacramento for 30 years. Sharif Jewelers.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's happening for Chrysler's Wrap Up the Year sales event?
This month, you can save up to $16,500 off MSRP on 2023 Ram 1500 crew cabs. With over 600 new Ram trucks available, your perfect new truck is waiting for you at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center. Plus, no payments for 90 days.
Okay, but what about the last of the Dodge Chargers and the Challengers?
This month, save up to $5,000 off MSRP and get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2023 Dodge Charger SXTs and Challenger GTs with no payments for 90 days.
The savings and financing won't last long. Search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
16,500 total net savings after 10,261 factory rebates and 6,239 dealer discount. Sample VIN 699,991. Rebates include 1,000 case equipment cash. Must have purchased qualifying case equipment from authorized dealer and 500 first responder cash for members of eligible First Responder Association only. No payments for 90 days on approved credit through Chrysler Capital. 5,000 total net savings after 5,000 dealer discount. Plus 0% financing for 72 months on approved credit through Chrysler Capital. Equals $13.89 per thousand borrow. 10 of this net savings. See dealer for details.
What's hot and what's not. Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-775-5622. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-775-5622. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-775-5622. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for by Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda. Your one-stop Honda shop.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Discover your dream home at Subcontractors United, your source for all home improvement needs. A talented team of home services experts is ready to make your projects a breeze. No more endless internet searches. Find your contractors in one place. Enjoy stress-free service absolutely free, with no hidden costs and no accounts to set up. Transform your living space into something extraordinary. Visit Subcontractors United today and experience the joy of hassle-free home improvement. Dream big at subcontractorsunited.com.
It's the best team in the AFC versus the best team in the NFC on Christmas in San Francisco.
Murray back. Murray time throws. Intercepted. Charvarius Ward running back the other way. He's gone.
The 11-3 Baltimore Ravens bring their talent out west to face the 11-3 San Francisco 49ers. Game time at 5:15 Christmas night on your home for 49ers football. Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then boom,
with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Bobby Brown. Sean and I spoke. He's traveling, so tough service area. Sean's always very, very good about showing up. I never worry about him. He'll join us, knock on wood, tomorrow. So we'll keep pushing that, but we'll get Sean on. Coming up in the next segment, you know what? Let's just do our giveaways in the next segment. We'll give away a $100 gift certificate to Viera Farms to get yourself a Christmas tree. Also, Jiffy Lube, $100 gift certificate to winterize your home, winterize your car. And we also have, in a separate giveaway, a pair of lift tickets to Sierra at Tahoe. We'll just take a caller for that. But for the previous prize, you're going to call in. We're going to Jay is going to play a selection, a holiday song, a very popular holiday song. For example, yesterday was Silent Night. Silent Night, in which our first contestant, I think, said something like "Round the Virgin Child" and something, and that did not qualify. Yeah, didn't know Silent Night. Very depressing. It was Santa Baby, I think, on Monday. And today, a very, very, once again, very popular Christmas song. So thanks to our promotions department, whoever works there, for putting everything together as I stare at Simone, who did everything. She's in there. She'll be in here for middays today with Styles and Watkins, and we'll do celebrity birthdays and crosstalk with them. Don't forget, you got to come up with celebrity birthdays today, Jay. Coming up at 9:40.
No problem. I got it, man. I got it. I could just text Jason real fast.
There you go. And don't forget, a big celebrity birthday today is our very own De'Aaron Fox, who turns 26 years old. By the way, anyone else think, God, is he only 26 years old? What, was he 12 when he came in the league? 26? Seems like he's been with the team for 10 years, yet he's still such a young pup. So, congratulations to him, and hopefully he gets a nice big win this evening as a present. Niners at 9 right now. Let's go around as the conversation continues. This is Joy Taylor on one of the shows talking about Brock Purdy.
I think Brock Purdy is playing at an unbelievable level.
Yes, he
and I don't
is.
care where he's drafted at. It doesn't matter to me. He's a great player, and he's doing an excellent job. And I think he's actually elevating this offense. That's obvious.
He's balling.
Like, what Shanahan has done with a lot of players is facts, including Jimmy G.
Yes.
And what the team has done without Brock Purdy is facts, because it happened. So we can't argue about stuff that's already happened. And that was this team and this system and Kyle Shanahan and a bunch of great players. Multiple things can be true. Brock Purdy can be playing at an unbelievably high level and is running this offense better than it's ever been run. And he can be the fourth best player on his side of the ball on a team that is defense first. And
I mean, okay. I guess my question would be this. So, if correct me if I'm wrong, but last year, the 49ers had Christian McCaffrey. The 49ers had Deebo Samuel. The 49ers had Trent Williams. And the 49ers had Brandon Ayuk. I don't know if the fourth one she was referring to is Ayuk or Kittle, but I believe they had them all last year. And what happened when Brock Purdy got hurt against the Eagles? How did Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk and how did George Kittle and Trent Williams, how did they all do when Brock Purdy got hurt? Now, don't get me wrong. They're all amazing, insane players, and they make Brock Purdy better. But let's not act like this uninformed, ignorant, hot take merchant cannon media is doing and act like, oh, well, it's you could plug and play anyone in there. Really? Why don't you ask the quarterbacks that filled in for Brock Purdy last year how that worked out with the same exact talent? And I'm not even saying they could have beat the Eagles. I'm saying they were helpless without Brock Purdy, who, by the way, is second in passing yards this season, just behind Tua Tagovailoa. He's last in passing attempts, 32nd in the NFL. Odds are in. Brock Purdy is the biggest favorite of the year now for MVP, with Lamar Jackson coming in second. Brock Purdy is minus 200. Lamar Jackson plus 450. Oh, hey, by the way, they happen to be playing each other coming up this Monday, Christmas night at 5:15. I just talked to my wife during the break. She has volunteered along with my sister and my daughter to begin making Christmas dinner in the second half. At halftime, I will put the food on the barbecue, the meat. They will prepare everything else, and they said, let's go ahead and eat after the Niners-Ravens game. I like that. Shout out to the fan. TJ Houshmandzadeh. Remember him? Wide receiver, Bengals, a couple other teams. Was asked who is more valuable, Christian McCaffrey or Brock Purdy. That was on the very same show that Joy Taylor just spoke on. Here's what Houshmandzadeh said.
Who is the more valuable 49er? Christian McCaffrey or Brock Purdy?
I can't even believe this is a question. It's Brock Purdy, no doubt. Because the last time we saw the 49ers in the playoffs last year, we all thought, they're going to go to the Super Bowl. And who got hurt? Brock Purdy got hurt, and Christian McCaffrey was still in the game.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't do anything against your Eagles. They couldn't do anything. And so if Brock Purdy isn't in the game, that offense doesn't work the way that it should work and the way they need it to work. Christian McCaffrey is a great player, but this is probably his last chance to win an MVP, to be in the conversation. So that's why I think you see a kid will say, I think Christian McCaffrey deserves it. Brock Purdy is going to be in the conversation, it seems, for years to come now.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's not on the team, the 49ers aren't the 49ers. And so it's no question, it's Brock Purdy.
Uh-oh. Wait, that sounds strangely familiar, what I just said, but he actually played the game and is very smart. I think it comes down to this. Ask yourself this. Now, it's one thing to try to compare Brock Purdy to other MVP candidates on other teams. But when it comes to the 49ers, as much as I love Christian McCaffrey and think he will get Offensive Player of the Year, he should. He or Tyreek Hill. Let me ask you all to think about this. Game 1 against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Christian McCaffrey suffers a season-ending injury. He's out for the rest of the year. And Elijah Mitchell and friends replace him. Versus start of the year, Brock Purdy suffers a season-ending injury, and Sam Darnold and friends replace him. In which scenario do you think leaves the Niners with a worse record? And if you say that Christian McCaffrey would leave you in a worse record, I would have to strongly disagree, and that's taking nothing away from Christian McCaffrey. But I think the drop-off between what McCaffrey and the rest of that running back crew would do versus Purdy and Sam Darnold. And the same thing goes, by the way, for Deebo Samuel, for George Kittle, for Brandon Ayuk. They are phenomenal players. They are not as important to the 49ers as Brock Purdy. The only one I even would honestly put in that conversation would be Trent Williams. Trent Williams arguably might be as important to the offense as Brock Purdy. Since Nick Bosa spoke after the Eagles win a few weeks ago and talked about the blueprint for the Eagles, the Eagles are 0-3. Here's what Nick said.
Yeah, I mean, you see it on tape, though. And then, obviously, we put the blueprint out there. Hopefully, Cowboys watch the tape. We made Jalen stay in the pocket and escape outside instead of those B-gaps, and paid off. Because Jalen's looking at the rush every play. So, yeah, you just have to be disciplined and not give him that quick escape route where he could get to his guys quick. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, a lot of crap was made over this video. Guess what? Since that game against the 49ers, Jalen Hurts' stats are as follows. 1 passing touchdown, 2 interceptions, and a 71 passer rating. He had a 40 rating against the Seahawks. Now, I don't think the Eagles are that bad. I don't think Jalen Hurts is that bad. But I do think there was something to what Bosa said. And I don't know if you watched the Manning cast Monday night. They had Christian McCaffrey on. There was one point where they asked him to kind of call the play, and McCaffrey called a quarterback draw, just nailed the whole thing, except for he said, I think Hurts was going to go left. He went right. But maybe there is something to that offense that has been picked up. And we'll see. If the Eagles lose to the Giants, then we've got a real problem. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll recap a lot of what we've been doing. Plus, we've got bribes for you. We'll start with our double prize, Viera Farms and Jiffy Lube $100 gift certificates for a tree and for winterizing your vehicle. And all you have to do is finish the lyrics. Sing them, please, to the song that Jay Johnson's going to pick for you. You can call right now at 1-800-920-1140. That's 1-800-920-1140. Phone lines are cleared and ready for you. We'll do that next on Sacktown Sports.
Can the Niners build off their NFC Championship appearance from last season? How will the quarterbacks perform throughout the year?
Purdy back, now going to throw for the end zone, wide open, Brandon Ayuk is on fire!
Will the defense lead this squad again?
Intercepted, ball got tipped up and taken by Fred Warner.
Get all your 49er coverage throughout the NFL season on Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
God, I'm so stressed about my business not being ready for the holidays. Ooma. What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 35 features.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Starts at $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Ooma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Ooma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
Carmichael Dave. He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say.
He's good at what he does.
On Sacktown Sports.
Cameron Diaz says she wants to normalize separate bedrooms for married couples. After further review, I'm a fan. Got to be honest. Now, first off, champagne problem. Some people don't have to. We don't have an extra bedroom. I know that. But one day the kids will be gone. And you know what? I think I might make that push. All right, when you really think about it, first off, please understand that whatever you may be thinking, and I know what you're thinking, the negatives would be. It was a family show. Just please understand that we have a French bulldog and a Chihuahua that form a line of demarcation between my wife and I whenever we share the marital bed. There is a dog plus one that insist on separating us. But I'm saying you get to watch what you want to watch on TV. You get to, you don't have to worry about annoying habits of the other person. You can keep your room the way you want to keep it. Jay shaking his head.
Yeah, it's not going to work, brother.
No?
I will say this.
Uh-huh.
One of my best friends' grandparents, when we were younger, they did that.
Mm-hmm. It's a total grandma-grandpa
thing.
It
is.
I Love Lucy.
And they were literally married for 50 years or so. So I've seen it happen.
Now, is your main reason that you would say no to it the reason I think you're saying no to it, the most logical reason?
It's a family show, but part of it.
Well, let's just say that there's 162 regular season games in baseball, and you're afraid those might get reduced to 81. I understand. But let me tell you something, friends. That's where your iPhone calendar comes in handy. You schedule everything out. You have home games and away games. Maybe the occasional road trip.
What about back-to-backs? Can you go back-to-back?
I ain't 20 anymore, brother. We're on an NFL schedule, not a baseball schedule. I need a bye week.
No double headers?
No double headers. We're not into that.
What about OT?
Depends on what OT stands for.
Overtime. I'll go that way. Overtime.
And, I would say the biggest argument there is, I got to be honest with you. If we're going to keep the analogy going, I would always prefer it to be a road game rather than a home game because, you got the concession folks have to sweep the floors afterwards. Stop looking at me, Simone. All right.
Tis the season, man. Jingle bells.
That's
man.
right. All right. Let's. Do we have our song? Not yet, but you have the song queued up.
We have it queued.
All right. Let me. Who is this on line one? Is it Elise?
No, it's Eliud. Hi, Dave.
Wait, who is this?
It's Eliud, Dave.
Eliud, you're the one that screwed up Silent Night yesterday.
I know. I'm trying to make up for it. I'm really trying to redeem myself. I'm kind of prepared.
All right, let me see. I'm looking at our promotions director right now because we had this training a couple weeks ago when all these lawyers descended on us, very nice people, and they basically told us we're not allowed to ever do anything ever in the world. And the question I'm about to ask her is this. Simone, if Eliud was a contestant yesterday, yet failed miserably and embarrassed himself in front of the whole world because he did not know Silent Night, is he not eligible to participate again today, or is he?
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
So good.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
He is actually, in fact, eligible.
Oh, wow.
Because he did not win.
Okay, because he did not win. Eliud, you got yourself a lifeline. All right, so once again... Well, kind of embarrassing for the show that we got the same guy that got in front of the line twice, but you know when to call, so good for you. Those on the line right now, though, stay on hold because there's a high risk of failure here, although I am rooting for you.
Dave, come on.
I'm rooting for you.
Yesterday you were encouraging. Today, I come in with the same attitude. I'm going to try real hard.
Brother, I appreciate it. I said I'm rooting for you. It's just when you couldn't finish Silent Night, which, again, I'm not going back to the conversation we just had about switching bedrooms. I'm saying when you can't finish the carol, that depresses me, but maybe you'll be able to do this. Jay, roll tape, please, for Eliud.
Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells rock. Jingle, what is it? Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells rock. Jingles and all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride. It's a one horse.
I'll give him credit for trying.
In cold blood, Dave.
I'm not me. He's making up his own lyrics.
Did you hang up or did he hang up?
No, I hung up.
Oh, okay.
I put him out of his misery, poor bastard. Jeez. Jingle bells, the rock, and the snowman, silver bells. All right, so you haven't paused at that part, right?
I do.
Okay.
Should I hit the rewind button?
No,
okay.
No. We'll pick it up. We'll pick it up from there. Let me bring it. Hey, good morning, Jay.
Good morning.
How are you?
This is tough. That's a hard song.
You know what, Jay? In the spirit of Christmas, why don't you go back to the beginning? But we'll pause it at a different time. Ready? Go ahead and go ahead. Jay, finish the lyrics when we stop it. Here is
Now the jingle has fun to begun. It's a jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. And now the fun is begun. I don't know.
I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to give you one more chance. I can hear you working it through. Snowing and blowing up bushels of fun.
Now the jingle hop has begun. I don't know. I haven't.
Ladies and gentlemen, I got to be honest. He's working through it, and I got a pretty good BS detector.
Now the jingle hop has.
He nailed it. Now the jingle hop has begun, and the buzzer worked it through. Now the jingle hop. You nailed it. Congratulations. I was a little.
God, that was hard.
Yes, it was. Viera Farms and Jiffy Lube have teamed up with Sacktown Sports. You got yourself a $100 gift certificate towards your perfect Christmas tree and a $100 gift certificate to winterize your vehicle at participating Jiffy Lube locations. Jay, I'll put you on hold. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, man. I needed that more than LU, probably. I love Jiffy Lube.
I love them too, and I love Viera Farms. Hold the line, and we'll get all your information. We'll take a break. When we come back, what to watch tonight? We got a few things for you. We'll wrap up some of the stories we've been following. And then don't forget, we're going to have Styles and Watkins in for a little crosstalk right here on your home of the holidays, Sacktown Sports. In the meantime, I want to tell you about my good friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yeah, that's right. Giving away a brand stinking new HVAC system for you or for somebody you know that is in need. That's something they do every single year. Why? Because they're freaking awesome. Go to AE. Oh, let me find the address. I always forget it. It's DAE. Good job, Dave. I'm looking at the wrong one. TheAEWay.com. I thought I had that whole thing memorized. TheAEWay.com, and you could get a free whole home HVAC system from my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ Better Business Bureau, and so much more. For official contest rules and to enter, go to TheAEWay.com. American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. What to watch tonight, and so much more. Coming up next, Sacktown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Wednesday forecast starts out with mostly cloudy skies. We will see the chances for showers on and off again through the afternoon. Maybe an isolated thunderstorm as well. Highs in the mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
It's the season of performance event at Acura of Stockton. Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Lease a new Acura RDX or MDX. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton or AcuraofStockton.com, where precision crafted performance is at your fingertips.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. Because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, we own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And our job is to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. So whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night. The Sacramento Area Sewer District. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
Red Hawk Resort Casino is the best place to go all in and all out. Go all in at our table games, then go all out to win on the area's only 3-story indoor kart track. Or go all in for our famous award-winning buffet. Then go all out at our state-of-the-art 18-lane bowling center. And now with a world-class sports bar and beautiful resort hotel, you can go all in for fun and all out for comfort. We're Red Hawk Resort Casino, official casino partner of the Sacramento Kings.
Guys, want to lose weight, improve your performance, and increase your drive? Revive Men's Health can help you make it happen with our new cutting-edge weight loss medications like your favorite athletes and celebrities use. They're affordable and available now. And since your testosterone level has a direct impact on your weight and fitness, get a free T-check and free exam. Book your appointment today at Revive Sacramento. We know we can help you. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
They bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports 1140. My boy CD doing his thing like he always does in the morning.
What, rolling late?
Well, are you known to be late around here?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm incredibly.
You're known to be on time, like right on time.
That's what they call me. Right on time. Old punctual Dave.
Yeah.
My
on
guy.
time, right on time.
Got
a little hoop skills to you?
Oh, you know, back in the day, I was known to do it. I was tall early, so pretty much until my sophomore year, I was a starter. We'll just put it that way. And then everyone.
What? Are you Are you Skip Baylessing me, or were you a solid starter?
Oh no, I was a solid starter.
Boy, Skip Bayless.
I will tell you this. That's a true story. Well, I don't like to go into my athletic background because I don't want to sound like I'm bragging. I did have a unassisted triple play at 8 years old for the Del Paso Eastern Giants.
Okay.
Got in the paper.
Really?
My mom may or may not have telemarketed every sports writer in town to get me in, but it was an unassisted triple play.
Shouts out to moms.
And then I was the league MVP my sophomore year. I was the league basketball MVP.
Really?
I was attending Rio Americano High School. And
I thought you were El Camino. You're a Rio guy.
No,
Huh?
I started at Mariloma, went to Rio.
Okay.
I was at Rio Americano, and I got kicked out. And so I had to go to what we call continuation school.
Yes.
Rio del Sol.
Okay.
And they put together for all of us rejects and reprobates.
No. You weren't a reject.
We the forgotten by society, the other side of the tracks, if you will.
All right. Out there in Carmichael.
Out there in South Carmichael. To be clear. Yeah, that's right.
Other side of the track. What's the other side of the tracks in South Carmichael?
Marconi and Fair Oaks. Okay. All right. There's a lot of
the Jesuit side.
No. We weren't over by American River Drive.
Right,
we weren't over by Savern and Jacob Lane. No, I was over by Carmichael Way. Van Alstine, Kenneth Avenue.
Mean streets, man.
The mean streets of South Carmichael.
Yeah. Is there a North Carmichael?
I don't know.
Okay.
And
is there an East Carmichael?
Probably.
West Carmichael?
Definitely.
All right. Okay.
We're not allowed at West Carmichael. We were kept over here with all the other degenerates. That's where we were, and we played continuation school basketball league, and your boy might have dominated that one a little bit.
I can respect that.
Just saying, was able to make my free throws on a consistent basis, and had a good post game, and then that was pretty much the end of the basketball career for.
After your sophomore year?
Yeah, after my sophomore year, because then I dropped out of school. And,
okay.
Just
life.
Yeah, life happened. And, a lot of people think, Silver Spoon.
No. When they see CD?
Yeah.
No way.
I slept in the car. Hey, more than once.
The hustle is true. It's real.
Slept in the car in Omaha, Nebraska for 2 weeks. Worked at a trap and skeet range out there.
Ask why?
Because my buddy and I decided to throw literally a dart at a board and go to the closest city, and it was Omaha. We drove out there, and we had $13 in our pocket.
Why was that even on the option board?
Because we were 18 and stupid and had nothing better to do. Okay. And we found a nice guy and a lady who owned a trap and skeet place, and they let us we slept in the car in the parking lot, my Ford Escort GT. Not a Ford Escort, a Ford Escort GT.
Hatchback joint.
Little spoiler on it.
Yeah.
And we were allowed to run a tab on the snack bar, so we ate a lot of hot dogs. And after 2 weeks, it saved up enough money in Nebraska to find an apartment and rent a room, which in Nebraska was like $13 a month.
Right.
But still, but I'm just saying, your boy, it hasn't always been champagne wishes and caviar dreams
and Palm Springs and England dipping and
that's exactly
private
right.
planes and champagne.
I'm America's passenger.
Bottle.
I own none of these things.
I got you. Just along for the ride.
I am the ultimate backpack, if you will.
All right, Draymond, slow down.
I would say, listen, as a good friend of mine once said, all right, poet. I don't know if you guys would recognize the poetry or not. I don't know how much you guys read or like poetry, but he once said, I think it was a medieval poet. I couldn't be wrong on the time frame, but he said, started from the bottom, now we're here.
Yeah, I kind of remember that guy.
Yeah, started from the bottom.
Aubrey.
Yeah, that absolutely with the little thingy above the E. Aubrey.
An accent, yeah.
Yeah, is that what it's called, an accent?
So real fast, what were the other cities that you were pinning the tail on the donkey?
So we did Omaha, and 2 years later we did St. Paul, Minnesota. Had a lot more fun in Omaha.
So you're sitting there and you're looking, was there a Phoenix on the board versus Omaha, a Salt Lake City? Was there,
depending
anything?
on where the dart landed.
Okay.
The one rule we had is it had to be the biggest city. We weren't going to land a dart in Lafayette, Louisiana. It had to be a semi-decently sized city to kind of experience and hit the middle of the board. And
Who threw it?
I threw it.
Okay.
And I
left or right?
Righty, for sure. I was
at
the family ranch in Ripon, California at the time. And I think it landed actually on North Platte, Nebraska, but Omaha was the closest city. And that's where we went.
Didn't get a mulligan?
You know what? We actually looked at it and went, you know what? Kind of interesting. Never been. Can't see ourselves going there. It's not East Coast. It's not that far out. It's halfway across. And you know what? Honestly, I ended up living there for a year and a half, and then came back, and then moved back there for Omaha and Sacramento. Actually, are very, very weirdly. Anyone who's lived in Omaha knows I'm not joking here. They have a lot of similarities. Wonderful people out there.
Really?
Let me tell you something, dude. Not all of them.
Sure, of course.
But this was it's kind of torn up, the whole family values, America. Blah, blah, blah. But I'm talking about 4th of July, all the blocks would close off. All the neighbors knew each other. You're all, everyone's bringing a potluck, Saturdays when Nebraska football games would happen down in Lincoln, everyone's flying the flag. Just very, very trusting, nice, giving people. That
reminds you of Carmichael.
Reminds me a lot. Let me tell you something, man. Whether I was at the Pizza Hut, the AM/PM, Palm Street Pub and Grill, Saratella's Pizza, Rack's Roast Beef, you always got the same giving mentality.
Man, who would have known?
Who would have known?
I appreciate your the landscape of where you traveled.
Well, we all have our backgrounds.
Yeah, we do. I had no idea that you had threw a dart against the board to travel to Terrence Crawford's hometown.
Hey, don't judge a book by its cover.
That's very true.
We'll take the fifth caller, speaking of giving away, right now at 1-800-920. 920-1140. We've got you a pair of tickets to go to Sierra at Tahoe. Hit up the Folsom Lake Honda hotline right now. Look for caller number 5 to win a pair of lift tickets to experience Sierra at Tahoe this winter. Good morning, Mitch. How are you?
Well, good afternoon, guys. Merry Christmas to you. Thanks for being called. All I got to say is this is going to be a great game. It looks like there's more of a chance that the two quarterbacks, Lamar and Purdy, could be MVP more than Chris McCaffrey. It's going to be a great race for the MVP because I do the foreigners got like 3 guys that can get in there.
I completely agree with you, buddy. We'll take a break. When we come back, celebrity birthdays. We'll crosstalk with Styles and Watkins and much, much more as Jay gathers the birthdays. We will gather the content for you, and we'll finish up with these fellas coming up next.
De'Aaron Fox plays here.
Stolen by Fox. Breakaway coming up for De'Aaron. And a simple, casual spike with the left hand. The Kings lead by 3.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
It's no secret to golf enthusiasts that Timber Creek and Sierra Pines in Roseville are one of the region's most unique and scenic places to enjoy a great game of golf. 27 holes, boundless options. Elevate your game on our newly renovated driving range, putting green, and chipping area. Whether you're aiming for fun, lower scores, or all-around growth, we've got you covered. Experience golfing dreams in Roseville and book your tee time at timbercreekgc.com. Timber Creek and Sierra Pines, your ultimate golf haven.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
With RT Painting, our name says it all. We are a reliable and trusted commercial and residential painting company serving the Sacramento area since 1998. Employee owned, our attention to detail is second to none. Put our decades of experience serving our community to use for you. Get a free quote today. Call us at 916-900-8112. That's 916-900-8112. Or go online to rtpainting.com. That's rtpainting.com. RT Painting, your trusted and reliable painting contractor of choice.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
There are many things to love about winter. Cozy sweaters, celebrations, and family time. But winter can also bring many stressors, extra expenses, seasonal bugs, and so much family time. If you and your loved ones are feeling stressed or anxious this winter, Cal Hope can help. Check out our free mental health resource at calhope.org today.
Birthdays are meant to be spent with family and friends, and nothing brings family and friends together better than freshly baked and home-delivered crumble cookies.
It's time for the news of the day.
The latest headlines, the biggest stories, hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, this is none of those things. And now, here's Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
Hey, all right, I'm the only one clapping. Apparently the other 2 guys are frozen. It's not that bad. It's Chris has a hoodie over his head.
He came in like we was fresh out of Antarctica or something, brother.
We were just talking
Is
about
that frigid?
Jay and I earlier about humid heat versus cold, humid versus dry. He's a humid heat guy. I'm a cold, dry guy. Where do you stand, Chris?
I need to be right in the middle, or else I'm terrible. Like if it's hot, I'm sweating bullets, and if it's cold like this, my teeth are chattering all day. So I need to stay at like a
75
perfect,
degrees.
Yeah, exactly. I need room temperature.
Tropical joint.
Yes,
south.
very much so.
I like it hot. Some like it hot. I can see my breath in here.
I mean, I like, I've got the hoodie and pants on and all that. I like it. I gesticulate a lot. I move around. I get very warm in here. And,
As do we all.
Yeah, but
as do we all.
I mean, you always put a jacket on.
Yeah.
You only take off so much and be, still be smiled at by the bosses.
No, I hear you.
Okay. Pat still brought us the chocolate chip cookies.
Thank you. I'm good.
Like those. Today, ladies and gentlemen, not a lot. One is Go Caroling Day. Yeah, you ever carol? Christmas carol?
I was in concert choir.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So was I, Alan.
Were you?
I was.
Were you really?
I swear on my kids.
There you go.
I was, they called it madrigals.
I could
think,
tell.
when I was in school. You can tell.
A nice baritone.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. I was like,
Fellow man in choir.
Last night.
Unrobed.
That's right.
Smell a man in choir. I know you're a choir. You're a choir guy.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter's choir sang last night. I was telling Jay earlier. The 8th grade choir, my daughter's in high school choir, the 8th grade choir, it was 26 8th grade girls and 1 8th grade boy.
Nice.
And he did not look like he was having a good time.
Huh.
So I figured either A, I want to think, great strategy on his part, way ahead of the game.
Right.
1 boy, 26 girls, good on you, kiddo. I'm pretty sure that was either a stage parent thing or somebody was last to pick electives and got stuck with choir.
Yeah. Well, the question is, right, if he has a really good voice,
Right.
maybe,
Is he
hey,
the
you
bass,
gotta
maybe?
power through. This is what you got to work with the tools you got. We had a whole a cappella group.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Really?
You had to try out, and I made the group.
I'm going to ask you something, Alan.
Very in the lead there.
My new friend. There's been a bucket list I've wanted to knock out, and I rarely think of it. But if I were able to identify one, would you be willing to participate with me in a barbershop quartet? I've always wanted to be in a barbershop quartet.
Who else?
I don't know. I don't know anybody else.
You get those numbers up, and sure, why not?
What do you mean get the numbers up? Like a barbershop quintet?
Yeah, I mean, get other guys.
Oh, I got you.
It's not just gonna be me and you.
I guess it
Another
doesn't have to be a
barbershop-
quartet, right?
It's not going to be a duet.
No.
We need at least one more.
Yeah.
At least one more.
Chris?
You ever have carolers show up to your house?
I have. Can I
Main streets of Carmichael?
Yeah, you just close the door on
West
them?
side, or what we talking? What side of the tracks again?
South Carmichael.
South side. Okay.
Marconi Fair Oaks.
Oof.
Let me tell you something.
Rough.
These scars.
Mm.
I have.
Mm.
And I'm going to admit something publicly. I don't answer the door.
Yeah, I was gonna, because like it's kind of awkward if
It's
you open
so
the door
awkward.
and then it's like, oh, now I gotta wait for you guys to I can't just close this door in the middle of you guys. It's
So,
so awkward.
so they sing,
Can't you,
and
like, yeah, I
then
guess you could. Yeah, I guess
they
It's
sing,
on to
and
the
then
next house
they're
for that.
doing it so you will fund. Is it a fundraiser?
Yeah,
type deal?
usually
Great
they
question,
want
too,
something, and then you gotta do it. It's like when you're walking down the street and someone's like, "Hey, do you want this book on?" I always feel the worst. It was one time I think it was in New York, and some guy came up and he was like, "Hey, would we?" It was like from this not a deaf club, but it was like a group of deaf people, gentlemen and ladies, and they did some sort of magazine or something. He's like, "Hey, would you like this deaf magazine or whatever?" I'm like, "Sure, no problem." He's like, and so I take it, and after I did, he's like, "Okay, well, that'll be $5."
Yeah, no, that's big.
Like, I don't.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
I
that's
don't-
big.
Yeah,
That's big. I've had two situations like that, both on BART, of course. The first
Yes.
one was it was a woman who was dropping off prayer books, and she just goes up and down the aisle, dropping down the prayer books, and you're thinking, okay, cool. And then she'll come back like with her hand out, and if you don't give her money, she takes the prayer book back. Yes, that was the first one. The second one, this is
Just
just
like
like age
Jesus
me a
did.
bit.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
was CDs.
Yeah.
And it actually wasn't BART, but I was walking through San
CDs.
Francisco, and it was a guy, "Hey, listen to my mixtape. Listen
Oh,
to
yeah.
my mixtape." And he basically said, "Oh, you're not gonna give me money." And I said, "Homie, I didn't ask for your
Right.
mixtape. Here, take it back."
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, Give
Yeah.
it back. And he's upset.
That's janky.
Yeah.
But you know what? You got to hustle.
You got to, but
Hustler's hustle.
Guerrilla marketing, baby.
yeah, but it's here. Take this, and well, you didn't. If you said, "Hey, this is $5,"
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say I think I'm
good.
solid.
Yeah.
I thought you wanted to just. I thought the marketing was a random ear listening to.
That's right.
Yeah.
Spread the word.
Yeah.
Right.
Shout out, whatever that was.
So, well, since we don't have, I mean, the only other thing is National Sangria Day. I mean,
I'm in.
Pretty great.
If I drank, I think sangria I would drink. It
Yeah.
sounds good.
Super
like
easy.
wine and fruit, and blah, blah, blah.
Very easy.
Headache though.
Cinnamon.
Yeah, I've heard that
Yeah.
too. You guys know that like every state has weird laws that like,
Yes.
are outdated or whatever. Did you know that in Hawaii, it is illegal to laugh at a loud decibel or a louder decibel, if you will? They say that you have to keep everything at a low ha.
Or else arrested?
That can't be a thing on.
Or Verlaud, man.
Yeah.
Verlaud doesn't stand a
In
chance.
Hawaii, you have to keep it at a low ha.
Oh, I get the joke now.
That was a good one.
That's a good one.
That was so, man, oh man.
I'll pick them up.
Yeah, I was like,
That's kind of weird. That's mean. Like, I'm not just going to leave it for someone.
Wow.
Did you think I was going to throw a basketball at you?
I didn't know what was happening. Carmichael, man. I don't know.
South Carmichael.
South Carmichael.
Marconi Fairhopes. El Camino. Van Alstyne.
So car.
Celebrity birthdays are brought to you by Crumble Cookies. Aloha.
Yes. Got it.
Yeah, we didn't know a joke was coming.
That's the point. You just kind of walk into it.
Somebody out there got
Did I
it.
tell you the one about the dinosaurs? They did research. They found out that nobody could ever attack a pterodactyl because it was the one dinosaur that was able to basically use the bathroom in complete silence when it would be most vulnerable. Do you know why?
Why is that?
Why a pterodactyl could use the bathroom in complete silence? Because the pee is silent.
That one, yeah.
A pterodactyl. Gotcha.
Yeah. That's
Gotcha.
kind of a spelling.
Yeah.
You got to know, too,
I'm a
because a lot of people
I'm a
don't
great
even know.
speller.
Yeah. Well, in South Carmichael, we have a saying,
So
if you know, you know. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Birthdays are meant to be spent with family and friends. Nothing brings family and friends together better than crumble cookies. I'm looking forward to this barbershop quartet, you and me.
Yeah.
But I'm not wearing the stupid.
No, you're going to go all in.
You
You're going all
do
in.
with the hat.
Yeah.
Okay. Celebrity birthdays. Before we get started, by the way, this will not be eligible since we all know, but again, happy birthday to De'Aaron Fox.
Yes.
Born in New Orleans, Louisiana, 26 years ago today. Hopefully he gets a big win over the Celtics tonight. His birthday.
Hopefully.
I can't think of anything better. Who else?
Yeah. Well, let's kick this one off. I got to stick with my UT guy. So we'll go with Roy Williams, and that'd be the wide receiver from University of Texas.
Oh,
Roy Williams.
Wow. We're going deep cuts
Yeah,
here.
we're digging right now.
Because I was thinking Roy Williams, Kansas coach.
No.
Wasn't he like Roy E. Williams, too? Because there's like 5 Roy Williams
Something
on
like
the Lions.
It's like Jalen Williams with the Thunder
Yeah.
now. There's like 11. Go ahead. You first, Chris.
Somebody said it.
I'll go, I'll say Roy Williams is 44.
You're close. He's actually 41.
I'm going to go 39.
Ooh, looks like you're the closest there, Dave. He is 42 today.
Oh,
42,
man.
Roy Williams. How
Roy
about
Williams.
Jonah Hill?
Oh,
Wow.
Jonah Hill.
That's a good one.
That's an interesting.
Jonah has been on a
Yeah.
journey in his career.
He
You know,
sure
like,
has.
both physically and
Yeah.
also an Oscar nominated
Yeah, the
actor.
movies that his IMDb page
Ups and
is
downs.
crazy.
Ups and downs. He's got straight to Netflix films, and then he's got big box office.
I heard that. How was that? Did anybody see that Eddie Murphy Jonah Hill movie?
Yeah, it was all right.
Was it okay?
I heard, some people thought it was funny. I didn't catch it.
Yeah,
Really?
I did not. I went.
Oh,
Is that
okay.
the one that's out, the Christmas caroling or whatever?
No, that's
Yeah.
Candy Cane Lane or
Candy Cane
whatever.
Lane. Is that any
Don't
good?
even
Oh,
waste
that's
your
the
time.
Eddie Murphy. Yeah, that's
You
the
saw
new
it
one.
already?
Well, I got a daughter.
Is that a money grab?
Yes.
That's a big money grab, isn't it? They better not do that to Beverly Hills Cop on that.
I know, man. Axel Foley Part 4, baby.
Lose it.
Me and you both.
And I tell you, you guys knew this. Christopher Laud had seen Beverly Hills Cop 3, but not 1 and 2.
What?
Yeah, that's
I'm about to hit him right after
that's
this.
the exact right. He
Yeah.
watched 1 and 2 over the weekend, and his response:
Perpetrator.
Eddie Murphy's hilarious. Yeah,
I'd say
Is Jonah Hill 50 yet?
No.
no,
There's no way.
There's no way. There's no
He's-
way.
But I mean,
There's
I'm gonna go 44.
I'll say
Okay.
41.
no way. Oof.
Mr. Watkins.
Wow. I'll say 43.
Man, all you guys got Jonah extra old. He's 40 years old today.
Wow.
But it's
Young
Wow.
Jonah Hill.
yeah, Jonah Hill.
He's just been around so long.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like De'Aaron Fox, but he's only 26.
Yeah.
Seems like he's been on the team for 10 years.
Yeah.
How about former New York Met? Well, I should say former. How about David Wright
Oh man!
Wow.
You know, I've always said David Wright. If he was on the Yankees, he would have been the face of.
I think you're right.
Baseball?
I think you're 100% correct. I do. That's a good take.
Injuries.
42.
Well, that's actually pretty good.
Hey, that was a roller coaster you just went on there.
39.
41.
Ooh, we have a winner. We have someone who touched it. How about Minnesota Viking Chris Watkins?
Wow.
41 years old today.
That was the right answer.
Yeah, he hit it. How about any of you guys watch any of the 63 versions of Law and Order?
My wife.
I'm this guy over here.
You should know
Styles.
this. The man who created it, Mr. Dick Wolf.
Oh,
You know what I always think about? I got to be careful here. Whenever I hear his
Be
name,
careful, Richard.
I always think about you know how in school when they do roll call, they do last name first, first name last.
Yes.
How many times do people laugh?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
What a great nickname.
Man, I mean, I watched them, but he's been around forever, man.
Oh,
Ice-T
I don't know
would
if
know.
I've ever seen him.
The fact that you guys don't know, Ice-T would know.
He wouldn't know.
Old Dick Wolf is
Richard.
Yeah, please.
71.
I mean, there's some old Law and Orders out there, man. I'm gonna highball it and go 81.
Ooh.
Can I?
Wow.
Okay, go ahead.
78.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Watkins, you're horseshoeing it today. He is 77.
I would like to say that Dick Wolf is on Mount Wolfmore. Dick Wolf, Teen Wolf, who's afraid of the big bad, and what was the other one? Christ, I can't remember, but he is on Dick Wolf is good enough to be on the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Of wolves.
Oh, yeah.
Of wolves.
Yeah.
T-Wolves?
For sure.
T-Wolves.
Yeah. Yeah, the timber guy.
Saturday.
Dick Wolf. What's coming up on the show today?
We have our Kings Roundtable that is at 12:30.
Who's that with?
That is with our Sacktown Sports Kings insiders, Brendan Nunez and Frankie Cardicelli.
Oh, Frankie's going to show up.
He shows up for us.
Oh, yeah, because he didn't show up on Monday.
That's what I hear.
Emil didn't show up today.
He didn't show up to us on Monday either.
Oh, I'm sick.
You
Imagine being sick and missing time here.
The week of Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, shocker.
Dave,
I bet
one
they'll
of
be
these
better by
days,
Monday.
one of these days, maybe in our crossover tomorrow, we're listening to your show as we get ready, and I want to talk Brock Purdy with you.
I would love to talk Brock Purdy
Let's do
with
it.
you. That would be fine. That would be fine indeed. I'm always here. I'm always ready to talk. Thank you so much, Jay Johnson. Simone was doing some things too, so I guess thanks. She will join you guys for the midday. Stay tuned to my good friend Styles Watkins. Light the beam tonight. Bye. Now.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles the man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sacktown Sports.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated